It's not going to work. Well, hello, y'all on YouTube. This is Rob with Rob's Nerdy Knives, and we are trying to use OBS Studio and Video Ninja. I'm trying. I probably need to get a super friendly little app out there. After this, I'm very seriously considering it, but everybody can hear me. Let me just do a little quick audio check, make sure I can hear myself. So test, 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 test. So I'm very seriously considering it, but everybody can hear me. All right, good. Yeah, we can hear it. All right. So, well, welcome y'all to Rob's Dirty Knives. Hello, everyone. Tonight we're going to start off with a guest. I invited Neil from the Knight's Edge, or as you saw in my intro, the Knife's Edge, or the whatever nerdy little thing I said after that. I can't even remember. But how is everybody? Hopefully you're all doing well. Let me first introduce Neil. If some of you guys don't know Neil, I'd like to let you know who he is. And he's a guy that started a YouTube channel as well that I got a chance to meet and, watch him start the whole thing. And it reminded me a lot of me, to tell you the truth. Everything, no one starts off perfectly unless you've already done it before. And I think Neil started off better than I did. I'll just say that. So there we go. Let me introduce Neil. Neil, do you want to jump right in? Let's go ahead and do this. Welcome. Jump right in, Neil, because I don't have this down to a fine art yet. As you can see, it's rough. Let me zoom that in a little bit there.
I think it was better before with half my face.
Yeah, there we go. Now you all can see us. All right. So welcome, Neil. The Knight's Edge. I figured it'd be fun. Have a little, chance to talk and meet with and talk about knife stuff and the channel and iron out the kinks. So hopefully you guys are patient with me tonight as we kind of work through this a little bit. Because I'd like to invite some of you other guys as well, right? And then I'd like to have Neil come back when I actually have the kinks ironed out and it's not such a rough thing. So Neil, tell me a little bit about yourself. Tell me about your channel. I think a lot of people would like to know what started your channel. Why did you do it? Why are you doing it? What motivates you?
Well, I started off collecting. Got tired of sharpening knives over again, so I kind of got a little bit into Shabazz and MC. I guess we're kind of the first two that started me out, and so it's been a rabbit hole from there, I guess. I've been doing the channel for a year now, and it's definitely been a crazy ride. I've met a lot of cool people and get to learn something new every day for sure.
That's cool.
It's definitely been fun.
That's cool. Well, before we start, I see a couple of people. I've got to do a quick kazoo salute. We got Neil McKenzie, member for 12 months. All right. Well, you know what that means. I don't have the ability to jump through screens tonight, Neil, because I'm trying something new. So be patient. But tonight you do get the acapella because Scottish throat pipes. I'm gonna put the other one out here just in case. But you go from the trombone to the white kazoo. So we're gonna do that tonight. So is it not showing? Let's try that one more time. Hold on.
That's TK. He looks like Rob's little
brother. It is there. Why is it on there 2 times? What's going on? It's on there twice. Why do I have it on there twice, guys? Oh, are you kidding me? Hold on. There we go. Guys, it's so nice. I put it up there twice. How about that? All right. So Neil McKenzie, there we go. Hooray for you. Appreciate you being a Nerdy Knives enthusiast for 12 months. But first, 1 year, you get the acapella. So here you go. Again, remind everybody who's joining tonight. This was something I learned in college after drinking a few beers or hanging out with friends and drinking a few beers. So here you go. Ready? I will do that every year anniversary for you guys. So there you go. And now my kazoo salute to you. Thank you, Neil McKenzie. Appreciate you, Neil. Thank you so much. And let's see here. Hooray for you. Absolutely. And then we got Ralph Robertson. Welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. Ralph, appreciate you, man. Thanks for becoming a member. I think becoming a member again. So my kazoo salute to you, Ralph. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. So real quick, I don't know if there's anybody there. It looks like people are saying hello. If I'm missing conversations, feel free to jump in and stuff. But let's see. What do we got? We got a lot of folks in there. You can say hello to Dale. Some names I haven't seen before. Dale Lane, or at least I haven't seen in a while. Let me rephrase that. NFK20, Jeff Hamilton, Gonzo, Level On Up, Billy Berry, Sensor 226, Molin LeBay, Marco, let's see, Jim Teclafia, Paul Mills, Brand New American, Jeff Hamilton. I think I already said hello. Who did I miss? Level On Up, Ryan Smock, Just in Time, Blind Woo Fury. Love that name.
That's a pretty cool name,
isn't it? You know who I was, he came in, I haven't seen him in a while, is Cheeto Bandito. He always would come in with, I haven't seen him in a while. I miss
He's
Cheeto.
always got an original name for sure.
He does almost every single time, right? Let's see, who else do we have that we didn't say hello to? Legendary Pest Control, what's up? Hey, appreciate you, man. Help with Gadgets. Crazy Roach, what's up, man? Appreciate you guys. Thanks for joining tonight. All right, Dragoon LSK. I like that. I always want to say Dragon, but it sounds better when you say Dragoon. It sounds like a middle, I don't know. It sounds like you be the knight, Neil. And then this would be like either you would fight along him or fight against him kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. I thought that was a pretty cool name the first time I saw it too. Dragoon.
Yeah. David Jewell, Gonzo. No, I'm not saying hello to everyone.
Rick said, "Hey, what's up, everyone? I made it. Oh wait, TK's guessing. Gotta go."
Man, that they just show you that love, don't they? They just show you that love.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is that the knife's edge?
Yeah, is that the knife's edge? Yeah, it is. He is here. He is here for sure. So we got an NFK20 member for 14 months. Knives, a nerdy knives nut, hot diggity dog. Danny DeVito will get you. I'm trying to see if I'm going to get myself in trouble because I know you guys. Agagak. I'm going to just pronounce it in a weird way so it doesn't come out in a way that maybe I don't know. You know, I fall for those all the time. All right, so man, appreciate you, NFK20 for member 14 months.
What's up, Gons?
All right, so I'm going to give you a big 14-month kazoo salute to you, NFK20 man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. So Neil, tell me, so you got into knives. Have you always been into knives? We talked about this on your live stream a little bit, but you know, what is it about knives that drives you? Is it just, you know, they cut, they're slicey, ergonomics, action, the sound, the visual, the aesthetic? What do you dig about knives the most?
I think it's probably a combination of all the above. You know, I guess would be the best answer. The first thing I got into with knives was steel types. You know, and I'm still pretty into steel types, and there's definitely a lot more out there. You know, every day I see a new like steel type metal complex. Was it the Vancron on the Kunwu? The Kunwu.
Oh yeah. They're always pushing the envelope over there, aren't they?
Yeah. So that's one thing that kind of, and then as, you know, time progressed, I guess, you know, I kind of evolved into it. A lot of people, since I started the channel, have definitely helped me out by sending me knives, Mr. Eddie being probably, you know, the one that sent me the most knives for, you know, reviews and stuff. And so getting to check out like the higher end of like production and even, you know, some custom knives it's really cool. It's definitely a wide world of knives out there for sure.
Oh yeah. You know what? I don't know about you, but like I really was impressed with Sonora when they came out with their 20 CV because I had that Magna Cut and they kind of got rid of the Magna Cut after I had one that worked a little bit. They heat treated that to 62. I've never had a 20 CV actually heated. Was it 62 or 63? I can't remember, but it's the highest heat treat I've had on a 20 CV, and that made a huge difference. So I love when you run into stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely helps with especially with the edge retention, you know, with a higher heat treat like that.
I know for some, if you want to be tough on it, I guess it's not always good.
The first M390 I got, the first M390 knife that I got, I don't think I have it anymore. Actually, not here anyway. It's it was a Savior, I think that's an Amazon. It was an Amazon knife. So I was watching, you know, Metal Complex, Shabazz and stuff. This was a few years ago, and I was like, man, they talk about this M390 like it's awesome, man. I got that knife, so I was going from that knife. The last knife I carried before that was surgical stainless. So I went from surgical stainless to Amazon M390, and believe it or not, the Amazon M390 was like light years ahead of the surgical stainless. I was like, man, this thing can hold an edge like forever. This is nuts. You know, what else is out there?
So I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at what Mark Parks posted. Did you see that? He said, if we keep giving money, will the Knight's Edge not be able to talk? Just FYI. Oh man, come on now.
I could just hang out with my Strix, Mark. I'll just hang out with the Strix.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. So I think my first knife was I still have it. It was a Gerber Easy Out. And I think it's like 420, 410. I don't know. It's steel that you get to cut a few times with, and then you get to sharpen again, you know, and, but it was made in the USA. And I've had that knife. It's over 30 years old. I bought it when I was 18. So
like 70 years ago.
It's almost 40 years old. I'm getting close to it. Dang, 37 years old, 38 years old. I've had a long time. Yeah, a long time. So I you know, that was I heard about that, and I wasn't sure what all that meant. I remember the first knife I had D2, and I thought D2 was the most amazing steel. Well, compared to what I had, OS 5, I think I had OS 4, OS 5A or something like that. And I was like, oh, I got the OS 5. That's made in Japan or something. And then I had D2, and I thought, man, I'm living large. But yeah, M390 would be a huge jump.
It's crazy once you get into it. You know, you kind of learn like you kind of learn to avoid like the flashy words like, you know, Japanese steel. You know, this is Japanese steel, or like that's a big one out there that a lot of them, you know. But,
I mean, until they tell you about ZDP 189, then you like, you know, that's like a whole different game there. So real quick, I'm going to say, I want to say, answer the question there. I think Rob, David V finally found the Sonora. BB has one, and I'm ready to pull in the trigger. Well, good luck, man. Just curiosity, is it the 600 series or below 600 series? That's will tell you if it's Gen 1 or Gen 2. And Gen 1's not bad. If you like a little more snappy flip, 600 and above is going to be your Gen 2. So that's, just keep that in mind. I'm not trying to, you know, if you get a good deal on it on Gen 1, I think it'd be great. But Gen 2, that would be like a little extra bonus there. So good luck, man. That sounds awesome. I love the Sonora. I think it's fantastic. So real quick, I'm going to also celebrate Mark Parks real quick for $5 super chat. Thank you, Mark. I didn't kazoo salute you yet, so let me kazoo salute you for that, because I think a lot of people got a laugh out of that. But thank you, even though, you know, I like to hear him talk. So hopefully that didn't echo. Are you guys hearing an echo at all? I think it's my headset, the feedback that I'm getting. It's a little delayed, and it's kind of throwing me. Everyone's good with audio, right? All right, so I'm going to go through the comments, see if I missed anything. My dad found out I was into knives, and he asked me if I had any good knives, like a proper Sheffield stainless. I don't know what Sheffield stainless is. I've never heard of that. Do you know anything about that, Neil?
I don't know. I know any Doctor Who fans out there. That's my only reference to Sheffield. You know, that's where the aliens are always.
Yeah. All you have to say, Doctor Who. If you see my wall, you see a TARDIS and everything all around here. So, yeah, I'm a bit of a nerd.
I've got. Would love that.
Yeah, I've got 3 sonic screwdrivers on my other wall over there that was framed.
That
So
was one of her stocking stuffers a couple of Christmases ago. I think I got her a little sonic screwdriver.
do you think Doctor Who could make a sonic screwdriver that'd be like a knife? I'm pretty sure.
Oh man, that's a good idea.
That'd be cool.
Did you see the Best Tech TARDIS? I think they did pretty well with that. Like it's more on the inside than what it seems, kind of thing. I think that's pretty neat.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Well, cool, man. All right, so guys, if we didn't say hello, it's because we got a guest tonight. Bradford Mitchell, appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining and saying hello to the Night's Edge as well. So a little hello from Bradford there. And hello to everyone else. I know I didn't say hello yet. Knives Are Life. Who else did I say hello to? Yeah. Anybody else that I didn't say hello, just let me know. K Kim 5000. Hey, hello.
Jan says Sheffield's a town in England where they make nice slip joints.
Oh, I didn't know that. So is it kind of like the case of England? But maybe a step up? Kind of curious. Hey, Lee Ward, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for joining tonight. We're doing a guest. I'm trying this out. It's my first time doing this, and Neil has graciously accepted the status of first guinea pig. So I appreciate that. So Neil, one of the other questions is, so do you like folding knives? Are you into fixed blades or slip joints? Do you collect any of those?
I've got a bunch of most of the slip joints I've got are older, passed down, through family and stuff like that, and just like some cases. And I don't really delve into slip joints too much, but I tell you what, Mr. Eddie has got me into some fixed blades, that's for sure, with some of the ones he's made. And I've been kind of getting more and more watching Mr. Eddie, Aries, Satu Dave. There's a lot of unique, pretty cool custom fixed blades out there for sure. So I'm kind of getting more and more into that lately. But my primary thing's fold knives, because I can't carry. If I could carry a fixed blade every day, I feel like I would probably be as much or more maybe into fixed blades and folding knives. But I just can't. I can't carry a fixed blade every day. So.
I love the parking lot little comment there for you. And then he said, guinea pigs don't use knives, you silly goose. So there you go. So, hey, is that because of your work, or is that because of the state law?
Well, I'm not supposed to have any at work, like any knives at all. But I've had this little subtle knife at work today.
Right.
That's the one that I carried today. So I carry a knife every day, but no, there's Louisiana's knife laws are. I'm in New Orleans, in case y'all don't know, but Louisiana's knife laws are pretty lax. I think I don't think there's any form of knife that's illegal in Louisiana. Maybe the gravity knife, I think. Which I don't really have. I've got one of them left, but yeah, that's knife laws are pretty lax here.
But at least you could probably still have it in your house. You just probably can't carry it, if anything, right?
Yeah. You can't. You just can't carry it on your person. It's weird because it's just a gravity knife. Everything else, they're cool with switchblades, automatics, whatever. A sword.
It makes you wonder if they ran into something that they called a gravity knife, and it just did some weird crime, and they decided, that's the knife we're going to go after.
And there's no telling with the knife laws. It's nuts. I think I didn't know about England, or not just England, but Europe's knife laws until I kind of got more into like the community and went down the rabbit hole a little more. And it definitely surprised me that Europe's got a lot of knife laws where you gotta have a slip joint and a limit on the length and stuff like that. I thought that was nuts, when I first heard of it.
Well, in England, if you go into London, you're not even supposed to carry a knife with you unless you're going to a specific destination with a purpose. Like, you can't even have the knife. The other thing is they started labeling zombie knives. Not, and the zombie knife is basically a knife that looks like an apocalypse knife or is the color green. And so if you ship a color green knife over, they destroy them in customs. I was like, what? So yeah, they're a little over the top. Texas is pretty lax too. I mean, the biggest restriction is if you're under 18, you can't carry a knife that's over 5.5 inches. You can carry every kind of knife you want under 18. Just can't carry a knife that's over 5.5 inches unless you're going hunting or fishing or some other sporting event, or you're with your parents. Then if you're with your parents, you can carry a sword and it's fine.
So you could be like potentially hunting all the time, you know.
You could be, sure, you know. And even then, most people don't really care because everyone has a pocket knife. It's like my wife has 2 pocket knives in her purse, you know, and all her friends have pocket knives in their purse, and most of them have pew-pews in their purse too. So
the Texas pew-pew laws are definitely on par. I like those.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's also there's a lot of pew-pew safety and people. We have one law and we take it so seriously. Like you can't leave a pew-pew in the house unsecured if you have anybody under 18. So that's a big one. I mean, we don't play with that. If there's kids around, anybody who respects the pew-pews, that you just don't play with that, right? And every kid grows up from 5, 6, 7. They learn the pew-pew safety. So it's a big deal. My kids can tell you the 3 gun laws, the 3, you know, or 5, I guess, whatever. It depends on which one. So real quick, I want
lungs,
to.
Rob. You got.
I know I got to go back and I want to real quick. We got Jay Korsgaden, 14 months, nerdy knives enthusiast. Inhale and blow that funky music. So thank you, Jay Korsgaden, being a member for 14 months. I'll catch my breath. Excuse me 1 second, Neil. Thank you, Jay Korsgaden, for being a member for 14 months, man. I appreciate you. And everyone that joined that said hello. I saw Jesse and a whole bunch of people. Everyone saying hello out there. I just want you to know, welcome, welcome, welcome. The link for the giveaway is attached and pinned. It's in the description, but it's also pinned in our chat. Tonight, you'll see the video. I'm going to tell you what it is when we get to it. I will tell you it's a concept. And if you watch some of my reviews and videos, you probably know what it is, but that's going to be tonight's giveaway. I think it's pretty cool. And that's what we'll be doing here in a little bit. But right now we got a guest. If you just joined, we got Neil from the Knight's Edge. Someone who's been you just broke 4K, right?
I'm getting there. I'm at almost at 3.5 now.
3.5. Okay, so you just broke close. 3K and you're getting close to 4. There you go. Yeah. So that's a big deal. I mean, I can tell you when I did 100, broke 100 people, it blew me away. When I had 100,
me too.
I was like, and I will tell you, 20 of those people were probably family members. And I thought I was the only one. Then I asked the knife nerdery, Kevin, and I told him about it. He goes, oh yeah, I remember when I broke 100. It's like 20 of those people were my family. And I'm like, oh really? Okay. So I'm not alone. and then when you got 1,000, you're like, what? I can't believe. You know,
and the first ones I had were like work and family friends, you know.
But it's so humbling, right? You know, that people kind of join you in the journey and the excitement of knives and stuff. I love that. That's why I love supporting the whole community and everybody in it. So
I can't believe so many people would listen to me talk, you know. I hate and the way that Tri-State does, I kind of hate the sound of my own voice, you know. So whenever I sit back and edit videos, I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta be okay with your voice at some point. I get it, you know. And
unless you have it at this point,
unless you're Tri-State, you get that super smooth voice there or whatever. I don't know. I just figure somebody's gonna complain about my voice one way or the other. When I first started, people hated that I sounded like Bob Ross, and then some people liked that I sound like Bob Ross. So I don't know. I am who I am. You know, you either like it or hate me. So hopefully you don't hate me. That's what I go for. But Bradford Mitchell gifted 5 memberships. I appreciate that, Bradford Mitchell. Let me big kazoo salute to you. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership. We're going to welcome 5 people to Rob's Nerdy Knives. My kazoo salute to you, Bradford. And I feel like that deserves a little extra special. 5 memberships is pretty special. So thank you, Bradford. I appreciate that. Hey, Just in Time was gifted a membership for Bradford Mitchell. Just in Time, make sure you thank Bradford for that gifted membership, and welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives, or welcome back. I don't know. My kazoo salute to you. And then we've got Bluminati Ninja was gifted a membership. Welcome back, Bluminati Ninja. All right, man.
One, huh?
Make sure you thank Bradford Mitchell for that gifted membership, and Bluminati Ninja, welcome back. And then we've got Kane Miranda was gifted a membership by Bradford Mitchell. Kane Miranda, make sure you thank Bradford Mitchell for that gifted membership. And Kane Miranda, welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. And then we've got Christopher. I want to make sure Simonson. Now, Christopher, I have to ask. That almost looks Norwegian or Danish. SEN is typically Danish or Norwegian, because I spell my last name SEN. You have to let me know if you're Norwegian or Danish, or neither. But welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. My kazoo salute to you. And then we got Holiday 3133. Welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. Make sure you thank Bradford Mitchell for that gifted membership. And Holiday 3133, welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. All you guys, make sure you thank Bradford Mitchell for the gifted memberships. Thank you again, Bradford, man. Thank you. Thank you.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, that's all it is. None for now. Those laws are so dumb. Everything is intent. You could really hurt someone with a colored pencil. You know, we had a teacher. I had an algebra teacher in high school. He was a former Navy SEAL. Let me just tell you, as a former Navy SEAL, he had zero discipline issues. Nobody disrespected the guy, because quite frankly, we were all afraid of the guy. He was scary. I mean, we found out later on he had something like 67 confirmed, disclosed, targets that he took care of. We'll just say it that way. I don't get demonetized, right? He was even the drill instructors were afraid of the guy. I'll just let that be known. He was a nice guy, but no discipline issues. Everyone's yes, sir, no, sir. There's no question.
I imagine so. I picture like the substitute or something like that.
Oh yeah, it's like yeah. If he said stop talking, that was it. That was like no questions asked.
I had my automotive teacher was an old fella, and he was a sniper in Vietnam, and he hated it when we would drag our feet. That's what taught me not to drag my feet.
I can imagine.
He said because whenever someone drags their feet, that's how they would know, and that's how they would. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Well, hey, Mr. Eddie, member for 5 months. Mr. Eddie, man, thank you for being a Nerdy Knives nut for 5 months, and happy birthday, Milton. Is it actually Milton's birthday finally? Hey, if you got a
Milton's
Zahn,
89.
If you got a Zahn, if you got an Zahn, it's got to be a birthday. I mean, that's, I don't know, getting a Zahn, it's like any special knife. Might as well make it a birthday. It's the birthday of the Zahn. How about that? So my kazoo salute to you, Mr. Eddie. Appreciate you being a Nerdy Knives nut. Here you go. Appreciate you, Mr. Eddie. Thank you, sir. I don't know if you still had those knives we talked about maybe borrowing at some point. If you still are up for it, if you're not, I'm totally cool about it. But I just want to let you know I'm still interested if that's a possibility. If not, no worries, no worries. I'll message you on Instagram and ask, and you can just let me know over there. Okay. So here, I am no legend. Bradford, whoa. It goes, I am no legend. I am just some wow dork that decided to stop collecting comics and got into knives about 1.5 years ago. Okay. Hey, that's fair enough. And I bet some of those comics could pay for a few knives too, if you got the right comics. I'm pretty sure about that. All right. So we got, we'll make sure. Cicero? Am I saying that right? Cicero. I want to say, I think it sounds Cicero. Does that sound right to you? Cicero, welcome to Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. I appreciate becoming a member. My kazoo salute to you. Appreciate that, man.
Definitely
here we go.
Birthday.
What's that?
Hit me up. I should still have them. And yeah, it's Milton's birthday. TK can confirm. Yep. Milton's birthday is today.
Is it for real this time?
Yeah, he's 89, I think, and he stands at 3'4".
Well, I mean,
He's
as many
getting up
birthdays
there.
he's had. You sure he's not 189?
He gets around good, man. I think for his age.
Wow. Well, mine and Milton, man, they just give you a hard time, don't they? Dang. All right. So here's the other question for you. What's the one thing you're hoping the channel will get you to? I mean, in the sense of not like an end game, but like as the channel grows, as things occur, what are the things that maybe you want to branch out into and check out? Is there something that you've been interested in, but it's just not, the door's not there yet? Are there like certain custom makers? Are there certain types of knives that you've been interested in, but that kind of been, not a possibility? Sometimes people loan you knives that you get to check out that I never thought I'd ever get a chance to handle.
Yeah, absolutely. I kind of find myself like I did my state of the collection video, at the end of the year a few weeks ago, and I've kind of found myself kind of more devoted to like gravitating towards like less, like more quality than quantity, and that's one of the things I'm kind of going after in the upcoming year, but it's crazy how your tastes like evolve over time and stuff. But then at the same time, you can have, I can have like a new Vosteed pop up, and I'm like, wow, that I gotta have that one. It's pretty cool. So I don't know if there's anything I'm particularly going for. To me at this point, just the fact that people listen to me ramble about stuff kind of throws me off. But pretty blown away by that fact for sure.
Oh yeah. So I remember the first time I bought $100 knife. That was ridiculous. And then I bought a $500 knife. I couldn't believe I'd even possibly spend that much money. And
what was your first like $100 plus, your first big knife?
Yeah.
What was your first one?
Oh, what was my first one? So the first knife that got me going, I went into Cabela's. They had a Benchmade Mini Barrage. It was the orange special and the D2. It was $109. And that was the one that put me over the $100 mark. And then I kind of, if you start off at Benchmade, you kind of do the Benchmade crazy for a little bit. So I did. I bought a bunch of Benchmade. And then somebody introduced me to ZT, Zero Tolerance. And I did that. And then, of course, I started noticing all the 20 CV blades scratched like there's no tomorrow. And I was really disappointed with that. And then, I saw there was like some Riot knives that were pretty interesting. And so then you're like, okay. And there was a guy named Dan Carahar. He makes a 904 integral. That was really the most expensive knife I'd bought up to that date. It was like $450. I sweated, cold sweat buying that knife. And I couldn't believe I did that. And so then I got probably the biggest, craziest purchase in the beginning was my Chris Reeve Knives Umnumzon.
That's a big one, man.
I had the Tonto hollow grind Wilson Combat milled version. And so it was like I went, I don't know if it was DLT or somebody, they had it for sale. And I logged in, there it was available. And back then, I'll tell you, it was like $450 or something, or that was a lot back then, $500. I don't know, but it wasn't crazy money like today.
That's a big one.
Yeah. And so I bought it. Now I was disappointed with the radius chamfering on the lock bar, and you couldn't adjust the detent. So I ended up selling it, but I ended up selling it for exactly what I paid for it, which is nice. Is that Cole back there?
That's Cole. Yeah.
Hey, Cole. Surprise.
It's so sneaky, huh?
That's right.
You're on Rob's Nerdy Knives tonight.
I almost busted in here earlier to show him my sonic screwdriver, but I didn't, so you're welcome.
You should totally break out the sonic screwdriver.
I have it right here. I should pull on it.
I'll have to take off my 3 sonic screwdrivers off the wall. I'll show you that. I'll send you a picture of that. I have a whole display of that. All right, so we've got a few questions out here. Let's see. Trying to catch up with everyone here. So we've got, I always carried a cheap gas station liner lock, but recently started really getting into them in the community just in time. Yeah. You know, there's a lot of people I talk to, and they're like, "I will never spend over $100," and they argue left and right with you, right? Oh, that's nice. There you go. That's the
That's tenants.
that looks like it's is that the
That's
8th
David
or 9th
Tennant's, huh?
Doctor?
The
Is
what?
that the 8th or 9th Doctor sonic screwdriver?
Is Tennant? I think it's David Tennant's.
I
It might
thought
be
David.
Smith's. I don't know. It was whatever one we were watching at the time.
Oh, okay. It might be Matt Smith.
It could be Smith's.
Was it? I thought his. Okay. I don't remember.
Thanks for letting me interrupt. I was really excited about that.
It's hard to keep up with the Sonics.
I was looking for my Weeping Angel statue. I couldn't find it.
Oh yeah. Those are cool. That's always nice. And just for nerd-them. So Cole,
she wants you to go live and review some Sonic screwdrivers.
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
She said she wants you to go live sometime and review some Sonic screwdrivers.
Oh, there you go. I have a few.
Like size comparisons. Like here's a Sonic screwdriver against the SOG. You know.
Yeah, that's right. It can liquefy the metal in 0.2 seconds, 27 nanoseconds, or something like that. Probably reconstitute the knife into something else. I'm sure if you do Hoovian Time Lord technology. Sorry, I'm totally nerding out here. Some of the people are going to be like freaking out. I always thought Big Knives Sold gas station was funny, but I always thought that you don't worry that you're going to open the case to give someone a knife and they rob you with it. You guys are lucky in the U.S., except for the Japanese knives. We get effed by exchange rates and shipping fees. Oh, Dale Lane, where are you from? Are you in Canada? Because I know Canada is pretty bad, and I know some parts of the EU is pretty bad. So I'm going to try to catch up to some of the comments here, guys. Let's see here. We got Arkansas EDC saying hello to Knife's Edge, to Neil. So don't cut. Addicted to Blades to everyone who I didn't say hello to. I just want to say hello back. I think Tennant is probably my favorite, but close in between him and Smith. Yeah, I like David Tennant was one of my favorites, if not the favorite. Peter Capelli could have been the best. He had the potential, but Moffat's writing those 2 years he was there was not his best. I'm just going to leave it at that. I feel like Peter Capelli made those 2 years a lot better than they could have been. If Peter Capelli hadn't been the Doctor those 2 years, I think Doctor Who would have died. I really do. He kept it alive, but that was purely on his acting. It was not the best scripts, in my opinion. Just my 2 cents on there. I just recently spent over $100 and got a Kershaw Bel Air. Bought a Benchmade Auto years ago, and it was like $120 MSRP, 2008. I bet that's $250 or more now. There you go.
All right, I'm back.
You're back. All right. Everything good?
Do you still have a channel?
I still have a channel. Can you hear me?
Okay.
I can hear you. All right. So now I will say, if you guys haven't heard the new Doctor, the female Doctor, I didn't hate her. She did awesome, not bring in.
Oh, I like Jodie.
She didn't bring in Jodie. I thought she was going to bring in, right? Getting a female Doctor, I thought it was going to be all about a particular agenda. She was straight up great Doctor. And so to me, it's like she was better. The writing was better, and she did a pretty decent job.
I like her better than Capaldi.
Doctor, I don't really like the recent Doctor.
Tennant's my favorite.
Yeah,
David Tennant's probably my favorite.
All right, so you guys are probably like freakingly nerding out here about this Doctor Who stuff. So apologize to you guys who are anti-nerds.
Mr. Eddie's hitting Cole up for the cookies, I think. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is he? Oh, nice.
Hey, Mr. Eddie actually got me this shirt. This is Tommy got this for me. Eddie gave him the money to get this, and nice. This is Hypercut.
Oh, Hypercut. Cool. Oh, yeah.
I was either going to go with the sleeveless tux, the tuxedo sleeveless T-shirt, or this. And
yeah, I'm with Carrier EDC Wisely. That's my red one tonight. So
Alabama fan.
Sure, we'll go with that. Why not? Texas didn't make the championship, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's disappointing. And they lost to Ohio State too. So I got to tell you a story about Ohio State. So you remember last time Texas won a national championship? It was with Vince Young. And
That was Colt McCoy.
Oh, that's right. Colt McCoy won one. I forgot about that. Sorry, the one before that, Vince Young won, and it was against USC, right? But before they got there, they had to play Ohio State, and I was consulting out in Mississippi, and the guy who's the manager of the plant, he went to Ohio State, and he flew out to the Rose Bowl to see the game. Before he left, he gave me a Buckeye bean. And I still have that Buckeye bean to this day. And he said, and all the way going into the fourth quarter, Ohio State was ahead. He was texting me, telling me, oh, and all that. And then Texas won. And Dusty, the golden kicker right over there, kicked the whatever. And he wouldn't reply. And I was going to paint that Buckeye bean burnt orange with the score. And I thought, I'll never get that back. I'll just keep that Buckeye bean, always remember the story. So
my one of my few college football stories is I'm an LSU fan, so I was at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge. LSU was playing Mississippi State, which is that's a rivalry game. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, and now Alabama because of Saban, which he's gone now. But whenever they play Mississippi State in Death Valley in Baton Rouge, I was sitting in the Mississippi State section and bright purple and gold, so I'm in a sea of, like maroon, crimson, their colors and stuff. And I'm just like, that LSU that year was supposed to be a lot better of a team than they turned out to be. And they were whipping Mississippi State at first. So I'm drunk. I'm in my late teens, early 20s. I'm talking all kinds of like mad trash, just all kinds of stuff. And, crazy stuff. And when Mississippi State ended up winning the game, they beat LSU, which was, kind of bad. But also the guy that was sitting next to me, a Mississippi State fan, turned out to be the mayor of Starkville, Mississippi.
Oh, really?
Didn't know that, the whole time.
He was
That's
loving
it.
that.
And me and him, we're kind of struck up a conversation at the end there, and he went. It's actually the attorney general right now over there in Mississippi, I think.
Oh, really?
He's a pretty cool dude. Yeah,
that's nice. So my son's going to be going to Mississippi State.
Really?
Yeah, he's going to become a veterinarian. So he's going to get early admittance to the veterinarian school. He's got honors and scholarships to go out there, and they really want him to come out there, and he's very excited about it. So. He didn't want to do A&M, even though it's local here in Texas, just because their admittance process is late and slow, and there's no guarantee. But Mississippi State really, really wants him to come out there, and we did a college visit, and we were in Starkville there and everything, checking it out. And yeah, they weren't quite that good this year, but you know what? Who knows, right? They can always get better. Everybody can always get better. Texas was there. We sucked pretty bad for a while. Anyways,
Starkville's a good town.
Yeah, it was really nice. It's a very pretty little town. I liked it. All right, so I'm saying hello to Knife Nut 69, Rick's Knives. Say who else said it? Tyler Williams, what's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Who else? I saw that the game was one of the best ever. Malcolm Holt, are you talking about the USC and the University of Texas game? They still rank that as the best all-time college football game, only because they were the two highest ranks all-time college football teams. That's when they had what's his name? You had Young as the quarterback. You had the running back who won the Heisman and had to give it up eventually. There was just so many NFL all-pro players on those teams. That was really they were really stacked that year.
Yeah.
And it came down to whoever had the ball last won the game.
Yeah, so, LSU was kind of around the same time period. LSU was kind of a powerhouse for 3 years maybe, and then Saban left him. Whenever Saban left, Les Miles won the championship, but everybody says it's was with Nick Saban's players. I think he had Jamarcus Russell, and which was a big dude, but didn't really amount to anything too much in it. And with the Raiders, but it's when LSU got Ogeron, I thought he was just like the perfect coach for LSU, right? Because they interview him out after the game, and it's like talking to Farmer Fran, you know, from the Water Boy. He's like, "Ah, rah, 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 go Tigers."
Oh, is that the old LSU coach? Yeah.
Yeah.
So his offensive coordinator is the one that what became the Baylor head coach.
Yeah.
He hasn't. Baylor's gotten better. They got a lot, still more room to improve. I live in Waco, so
back in the day, who they had, Robert Griffin? Was it Robert Griffin?
Yes. Oh, that was
Baylor. Yeah.
Well, and the coach they had back then, there was a lot of allegations, a lot of things going around, and the dude just came from high school, was an incredible, iconic legend high school coach, and he went to college and he did really well. He just didn't know the politics of college, and he got burned. And basically, he was their scapegoat for some bad policies. My opinion, my 2 cents. How I interpret it, I don't think it was fair. There's arguments to be made back and forth all around, but you know.
It wasn't like a Paterno Penn State bad. You know?
No, it was Art Brown. Well, it was some players did some stuff, and because he was the coach, he should have known. Even though a lot of times stuff like that gets taken care of by the alumni and the administration, so the coach never knows, because that's how most schools work. But in this case, they decided just to throw the coach under there because I guess they were a Christian school and you can't do that. And I don't know. It's just uncool. Art Briles, they ended up paying out his entire contract, so he didn't break the contract. That tells you something. You know, they weren't able to unnegotiate that part. So, anyways, I guess if you had someone said, "Hey, we're going to pay you $37 million, just don't say anything," you'd be like, "Okay."
That would be a mute. Yep. That works.
Yeah. So, well, welcome everybody. Malcolm Holt, Randy Fajnat, Salvo Sen. Who else did I see here? Burnt Relic, Mike Hawkhurts. Boy, I'm trying to say that differently. Sorry about that. No one likes Penn State handshakes. I'm not even going to go there. There's a lot there, so I know for sure. All right, so next thing, Neil. So, what is your ultimate Grail knife right now? What is the one knife that you would like to get? Level on up. What's up, man? Appreciate you being here. Thanks.
I think I just got it this week.
Oh, the Walmart one. That's a fancy one. Is that the genuine plastic?
This is I'm not trying to brag or show off or anything, but isn't
that the Walmart one?
Yeah, this is the Walmart one. Yeah, this is the genuine plastic on it. And to add a little icing onto the cake, somewhere around here, it's gonna blow you away if I can find the darn thing. Actually, I think it's in there. I've got the white one too. Yeah,
you do. You could dye it. Well, no, you probably have to paint it. Probably spray paint it because it's plastic. It's not going to take any dye.
I was thinking about skiffing it. Maybe you got to double the resale value.
You're going to have to mill out the plastic though a little bit so you can get the skiff in there. Well, you know, if you put the skiff in there and you push it hard enough and then you just keep going, it'll probably make a channel.
Yeah.
You can pick your own channel, right?
Man, right now, I don't know. I would love to have. There's a few on my list. I've got like I'll make like a 2025. Let's see, 2025 to get list, and I'm sure it's a lot different from yours because we do tend to have different taste and we like some similar knives. So we like some of the same knives, but some of them are pretty different. You know. Let's see. I'm looking at my phone on the list right now. The Strix was one of them. I really wanted the Strix, as Mark Park can attest. You know, that was one that was really.
Is that the custom or is that the production one?
That's the production one.
Okay. Didn't Kevin from Left EDC, he got a full custom, right?
I think he did.
Fred's
got one too. Fred the Lug, he's got a full custom one.
Yeah. That's next level.
Spartan Harzy, the Factor is one that I got to try that one out one time. Actually, I think it was Lanyard Man. Let me borrow his Factor, and I fell in love with that one. I love the ting and the magnetic.
Oh yeah.
Actuation and all that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, every time I
would be
see
one of them.
Brian, you know what I call him? I call him the magnetic wizard. That's what he is. He's a
That's what
magnetic
he
wizard,
is,
man.
It's crazy. Yeah. The Vulcan knives is one of the, in my opinion, for like custom folders. If you're into USA made stuff, custom folders, Vulcan knives is extraordinarily reasonable for what he puts out there. He's got some really cool stuff, and very, very approachable too. Great dude. I really want to get a Vulcan. Those are some of the ones, kind of. I don't really have one in particular since I got the Strix. I don't really have one in particular that I'm, like is my fixation, I guess, right now. But
right,
there's definitely a few of them on the list.
So I will tell you, there's one knife that I would like to check out, but it's totally out of my price range. I like the look of it. Is it the Shark Knives? The one that's full USA custom? You know what I'm talking about?
You were going to say the Norseman.
No, it's the Shark Knives. I think it's Shark or something.
I'm messing with you.
They're expensive, man. But every time I see them, I go, "Oh, that's nice." And then I look at the price and I go, "Oh, okay. Well, that's really nice." It's kind of like I'd like to check out a Hansen, but I haven't found one looks like I could afford to even look at. So,
Fred's
that's
got
another.
Fred the Lug's got some pretty cool customs. He's got the one that I'd really love to check out sometime. I think it's the Derecha or the Deuterino. I think that one's pretty cool looking.
That's cool. I'd like to check that out. Hey, Life Survival, what's up, man? And Jay Dizzle, it's the Shark Nivco. That's what it is. Shark Nivco. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. They are really nice for sure. I will tell you, what is it? There's another one. I can't think of it. Sorry. Yeah, I can't think of the other ones. I'm still always the Rosie XL is another one I want to check out. I went into that lottery recently, realizing if I won, I probably couldn't buy it. Just thinking like, what if maybe I could donate a kidney? I'm just kidding.
I like the XL better than the original myself.
Well, the original has a lot of meaning to me, right? So I'm never going to get rid of that. But I think it'll be like the Para 3 and the PM2. I like both a lot, and they're very different. That I'm fine with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, so what about like in your family? What does everybody think about your knife collection? Do they call it that, or do they have like affectionate names for it? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. At first, when I first started, I guess maybe, I don't know, I'd say 4 years, maybe. I don't know, probably about 4 years I've been into more than just, Kershaw or something. So kind of deep diving in more and more over the last few years. But they've been pretty supportive, I'd have to say the family has been nothing but supportive. If I try to like my dad, I'll show my dad like a new knife that I got, and I was actually showing him the Shaman after I got the Shaman. I've had this one for a while, and when I was showing him the Shaman, I was like, look at the ergonomic lines, it's so perfect, and then and he was like, oh yeah. So what are we having for dinner?
Yeah, I know that feeling.
It's kind of like, oh, that's cute,
Oh my gosh! Well, don't cut. Look at this. I don't know if you ever had this, Neil, but this is I don't leave them out because I'm afraid someone might take some of those knives because some of mine aren't cheap, and I got kids and teenagers have friends, and they all come in the house, and some kid's going to think that's a really cool thing if I just leave it out. So I don't do that, but it is my worry.
Yeah, kind of like a sliding drawer Kennedy toolbox. So
I want to get one of those big giant toolboxes on the wheels, right? Because my 2 cases are already full, and I might have to get a third.
That's perfect.
Nalpac case.
I got the lock on it and everything. So if especially like it's kind of like peace of mind to me too. You know, somebody sends me their knives to check out. You know, and I know I can. I put them in a locked drawer. You know, so I don't have to.
Yeah,
Like worried.
I can lock those up, and I have bolts for them, so that is nice.
Yeah.
I do like that, and I can carry them around real quick. Whereas if you had a case, it'd be hard to get them upstairs.
Yeah.
So, because I have a 2-story here, so and no elevator. You know,
No elevator.
if I was a metal complex, I'd probably put in my own custom elevator. I'm just kidding.
Zirconium elevator.
Yeah. So life survival. My wife rolls her eyes when I cut myself, which is weekly. Yep. And then how many out of anybody here who loves their knives, who loves to, you know, admit that it's an expensive fidget tool or fidget toy? How many of you guys admit
it's not a toy?
It's not a toy. It's a fidget tool. I call it a fidget tool. It can be a toy, but it's a tool it's a toy that can be a tool. How many of you guys have family who complain about you flicking your knives? Like my sister-in-law actually said, you know what, you could design a knife. And I'm like, I'm not into the, she said, no, design a knife that you could flick and it makes no noise. I'm like,
I think one of the first ones that Cole got tired of was.
Oh yeah. I don't do that too often because I have one OTF. Here's my Ultra Tech.
Blade play.
Yeah, it's really cool. Now the edge sucked. It was not sharp at all. It was horrible. I mean, I've been in that M390 MK. I don't know if I'm a fan of that yet. I gotta.
It's pretty soft, man. I've got this one's been pretty chippy. It holds an edge good, but the edge tends to chip. You know, I've got all three of the Ramlock ones. The stitch, the MSI seems to be, I don't know if it's the geometry, because I mean, this is, you know, a little bit better of like everyday kind of cutting geometry than this, right? So,
yeah.
But the stitch especially seemed, it didn't really hold an edge. Like, and I mean, it's better than Austin or something like that, you know, but I kind of found like the M390 MK a little bit soft and, maybe they could have heat treated it better. I don't know.
I had M390 done by Trevor Berger. I have one of his Urban XL, and he did 62, 63 HRC on that. That thing slices like a freaking scalpel all day long. It's ridiculous. I have only stropped it, and I didn't have to strop it. And when I strop it, it just gets sharper.
That's good. That's kind of like how Magna Cut, you know.
I'm posting a lot of people's comment of talking about their fidgeting and stuff, all the interesting things that people do. That's hilarious. I can relate to every one of you guys. Hello to everyone who's joined. I know I'm not saying hello because we got a guest. We got Neil here from the Night's Edge. So yeah, we're still doing a giveaway. There is a link for the giveaway, so make sure you guys go enter. Real quick for everybody who's here, the rules are pretty quick. The video is the link. Go leave a comment. Make sure your comment is PG so YouTube filter doesn't filter you out. I want you to have the best chance to win. I would advise no comments. I mean, no, not comments, no comments. Yeah, you got to comment to get a chance to win. No emojis, right? So I would advise no emojis because I've yet to see anybody win without emojis, but people tell me they have. You do you. If you want to put in emojis, go for it. But I just wanted you to have best chance to win.
I've had one win with emojis a couple weeks ago.
Now, was it a bunch of emojis or was it just one?
Just one.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's the second time now. So 2 people who I've heard won with one emoji. And was it like a plain Jane emoji, like a smiley face, not one of the weird ones with the different code stuff? You know, was it like the
yeah, I think it was like the laughy face.
So it's one of the original normal emojis, right? Because we got all these brand new emojis that came out with some really weird stuff like salutes and the brain blowing up and all that stuff. But the smiley and the laughing, those are pretty normal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's up to you. You do you, right?
Oh man, there he is. Honey, I Shrunk the Cheeto.
Oh wait, is Cheeto Bandito here? Where is he? Wait. Honey, I Shrunk the Cheeto Bandito, man. Thanks for the tip, Marco. Hey, Cheeto Bandito, we were talking about you earlier, man. I hadn't seen a new name from you in a while. And Honey, I Shrunk the Cheeto. Man, I look forward to that. It's kind of like Paul, I might. Anytime I say anybody need more time, and the number 42 comes up.
Hitchhiker's Guide.
That's right. The answer to the universe. All right. So I just got one of my MSI because I want to get one of the 30th anniversary ones. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. All right. So what's your favorite budget brand and why?
Man, right now, probably Vosteed. I like what they're doing with the top liner locks. I know a lot of companies are
Yeah.
kind of starting to get into that. You know, the patents ended and everything. But one that really, the Acorn was where's it at? Where's it at? There it is. The Acorn was my budget knife of the year. You know,
Oh, was it?
first time I got to do that. I thought that was so cool just to be able to make a video.
That's a nice
like
shape, actually. I like that.
Yeah. And,
that's a big, generous finger choil there on that too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a solid.
Wow.
It's
I don't think I
solid
checked that
knife.
one out. That's pretty cool. Okay.
And then
Nice.
this one I got. This is actually going on the 4K giveaway that I'll get to be doing here in about 10 years. You know, or whenever it happens. This is the new, was one of the new top liner lock ones, the Raccoon. So the Raccoon's been out for a while,
yeah.
you know, but
that's the one
top
everyone's
liner
talking about. The Raccoon. Yeah.
How they did, there's a lot of little subtle details on here I think are pretty cool. Like they've got the kind of like the jimping on the button. I don't know if you see it there, but even got a little bit of jimping on the button for the, the button lock, and single-sided captive pivot, great action. I mean, I think it's a solid knife. It's like $60, $65 or something like that. I mean, I don't think you could go wrong. 14C on the steel.
That's cool, man.
I really like the one that you showed. I don't know. I can't remember if it was a review or an unboxing you did. Was it last week? Oh man, it was like I actually looked it up after I saw your video.
Is it the concept?
No, it's like iconic or you.
Oh, the Eutectic, the binary.
Yeah.
That's a Leon Ma
cool.
design. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. That's a good one. I like every one of Leon Ma's design out there. I find they're all made by Riot, and I call it my most premium budget knife out there. They are $85. People say that's too much, but the thing is, when you handle it, you feel like it's a premium knife. It feels like a $200 knife with the materials that makes it an $85 knife, but done so well. And that's what, to me, it's like, it's worth the $85 in my opinion. You may not think it is, but I think it is because the action is ridiculous. Real quick, I want to celebrate the Pawns for $5, man. It's too quiet in here. We need some kazoo and Cracker Jack duet. Hey, Cracker Jack duet. All right. So would you mind joining me in this kazoo salute to the Pawns and so we can celebrate him? I
can't do the kazoo, man. I'll try. I don't know.
Well, no, Cracker Jack. He was hoping you'd do the Cracker Jack. Kazoo.
Oh, the Cracker Jack.
Yeah, that's what I think he was saying. The Cracker Jack duet. So here we go. My kazoo salute to you, the Pawns. Thank you, man, for the super chat. Appreciate you, man. All right, there we go. Thank you for that, man. I should do that one if you have me back as a guest. If you ever do a little back, I could be your backup singer, your backup kazoo.
You do the treble and I'll do the bass.
There you go. There you go. All right.
Bonds actually gave me that one, the Vossi. He gave that to me. I thought it was pretty cool.
That's nice. Yeah, I don't know how to. I don't know how you get on those lists for them because I have yet to be on those regular lists for those guys.
Well, that was just the Ponds. That was the Ponds' list. he just gave me that.
The Ponds. Really I thought you said Vosteed. Sorry.
No, it was Ponds.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's really cool. That's cool, Ponds. Yeah, I know people talk about the Leon Ma spat thing. I hear you. You know, here's the thing. He apologized, and he might have apologized initially because he felt like he had to apologize. I think people talking to him and stuff like that, he realized he did wrong, right? And so I think he's changed quite a bit and grown up quite a bit. And to me, I feel like he will never do that again. At least from what I gather, right? I'd never say never, right? So I
Did
will
see
tell you
Salvo
that.
Zen's comment?
Huh?
Did you see Salvo Zen's comment?
No.
That's
how
pretty
far?
funny.
How far down do I need to go?
Not far.
Is it below or is it after the KK Kim comment? Salvo
Let's
Sin,
see.
where are you? Oh, there he is. As an admitted hater of the kazoo, this stream has been. I'm sorry, Salvo, man. I'm sorry about that, my man. But I will tell you. You know, I found out if you anybody listen to the Knife Freak show with Jonathan McNeese and the other guy that I should know because he used to work for Jonathan McNeese. Anyways, they got this podcast. It's really good. I think it's just starting. He used to do a lot of custom collaborations with Leon Ma. I didn't know that. When Jonathan McNeese did nothing but customs, and his customs, if you ever see him on like Recon 1, they sell for thousands of dollars. So, but anyways, I will say, what?
Says he's talked to Leon Ma at some blade shows and actually seems to be a nice guy.
He really is. He really is. And he has absolutely the impression I got is that he misjudged some things and he knows it and he's wrong. And you know, he realizes the only way he can kind of get back in people's graces is just do the right thing. And that's fair. I think that's fair because if you try to overplay it, then it highlights it and you just say, you know, I screwed up and go forward, try to do your best. And I think that's fair. If someone makes a mistake, they're willing to own it. You know, even if they didn't own it well at first, but they're willing to grow from it. I think that's a good thing.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because I mean, I'll tell you, one time I was a little rude to Richard at Metal Complex for something that happened. And I was a little whiny brat, and I had to go back and apologize to him because I got a little ticked off about something. A lot of people got mad at him for it, but I spoke my mind and I apologized because it was stupid. It was absolutely stupid. It was me just being annoyed, you know, and it served no purpose. And so I've learned if I can make mistakes, I think anybody can make mistakes. And I hope people are willing to forgive me.
Yeah,
all right.
absolutely.
So we got a couple more celebration. Why is it not going down here? Come on. Yeah, all right, so here we go. We've got Raccoon Tactical with I apologize. Nope. So sorry, Salvo Sen. I got to do a quick kazoo salute. So thank you, man. This is my kazoo salute to you. All right, man. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. By the way,
what's up?
Who's that?
MPG.
Oh, MPG EDC. Hey, Meredith, what's up? Hey, did you see Meredith had like, what is it, 1,400 people on your live stream Sunday night?
Yeah, she had last night. Yeah, we were doing the trial run, and yeah, that's pretty awesome. That's a lot of views. That's really good.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I was like, wow, those vertical live streams. I apparently they're really good to do because it was a vertical, right, Meredith?
Yeah,
because I know a lot of people.
So, yeah,
it helps the channels big time, and I ought to try to do that. I did one going to Blade Show, and that was it. Maybe I'll do another one when I go to Blade Show, Texas, or something.
Yeah, the verticals they definitely bring in the view count for sure.
Yeah. Let's see here. Jeff Hamilton, hero. Tade, a hero shines with virtues, prudence, justice, fortitude, and temperance. I see you emulating those in the community. Oh, that's nice, man. A little shout out there to Todd Carr. Yeah, 1,400. It was crazy. It was crazy. From what I gather, I wish I'd been there. But we're trying to make this work. And I don't know if this is working. Hopefully it is. I'll have to go back and listen to it and see if see what we think about it afterwards, right? So all right, guys. What is one other thing? I had another question for you, Neil, because I don't want to make this go too long because I know you got to get going. But
that's actually Meredith's. I got her notes. She's at 12,600 views. I was trying to find her numbers from last night.
Wait, not 1,200. 12,600
Yeah.
views.
Yeah.
12,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow,
Wait a second.
man. That's awesome.
Meredith. Dang, you're gonna be like flying past all of us here in a second. I'll be like, Meredith, don't forget to mention my channel on your channel. Talk about, you know, the little people out there. Us.
I think her kazoo's gonna be a whoopee cushion.
Whoopee cushion. Man, I'm gonna leave that alone. My wife will get mad at me if I say something. Oh, by the way, just so you know, I shipped everything out for all the giveaways. So I dropped off 16 things at the post office. Well, my sister-in-law actually dropped off this morning. So everything's out. And that was a little over $250 in shipping. So thank you guys to everyone who, for the super chats. I used it. So thank you.
It definitely helps for sure.
And I got more stuff to eventually ship too. So, you know, I'm very grateful for that. I just want you to know, I appreciate that. All right. So what was your question?
I think probably half of that was the insurance for the FSD you shipped me, right?
Yeah. that will be, that's expensive. Like, I'm actually checking out a couple of Les Georges right now, and they'll cost a little bit. You know, when you get a couple of knives, you put them together and it's over $1,000, it adds up.
Yeah.
And when Mr. Eddie sends you stuff, it's always expensive to ship back to him, because the stuff he has, and like,
yeah.
Whew.
I could buy an acorn for the insurance I paid on the last box I sent back to him.
Yeah. You know, I was supposed to get 2 knives in 2 weeks ago. I told you about how USPS lost them. So I was going to get a quiet carry, one of their new ones in, and I wasn't sure if it's the newest one or some prototype. I wasn't sure. Either way, it got lost, but they insured it and had signature for it. And it turns out the signature wasn't even signed, and it was fraudulently entered. And the GPS showed that it was signed like 2 blocks away from my house. So I'm not sure if that USPS driver is no longer working for them or in jail, but I will tell you that the claim was immediately, they put in the note and said it was stolen. So
maybe he's a collector, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Jason Carl, man. Yes. Thank you, Rob. Should help with the shipping also. Man, thank you, Jason Carl. I appreciate that, man. That's super amazing. Thank you for that. Got to do a super kazoo salute for you for that. And we got to get going to the giveaway too, but let me thank you for that. Here we go.
You all right?
Yeah, I had to catch my breath. Yeah.
I was looking at the chat and I heard the silence after, and I was like, oh shit, it's wrong.
I was like, it's like gone. It's like, where'd he go? Where'd he go? See the hand coming up. Help!
The empty oxygen bottle.
911.
I'll order a large pizza.
Oh yeah, it's like 411. What information do you need? Oh, 911. All right. If you guys haven't entered yet, we've got the giveaway coming up here. Tonight we're going to be doing some kazoo stuff. A concept knife. We'll look at that. But for you guys who just joined, to enter the giveaway, you want to click on the link, leave a comment, make sure it's PG. I'd avoid emojis. If you do one safe single emoji. I wouldn't do emojis to give you the best chance to win. 1 entry per person. If you leave more than 1 entry, I'll filter out the duplicates. You got to be present to win. You have to respond within the 1 minute once I call your name. And I only ship to the USA. Must be 18 years or older. And wherever I'm shipping, you acknowledge you adhere to your state and local knife laws, whatever address you provide me. And then you got to reply to my email, ask you to verify. It's super simple. If you can enter the giveaway, you can verify who you are. And that's the rules in a nutshell. The link is up in the description. We'll go to that in just a second. But before we do that, I wanted to ask you one last question. But before I do that, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Homer Feltus for 19 months. I feel like this is appropriate at this time. It is. So real quick,
19
Homer.
months. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, there's a couple of folks that are coming up on 24 months. Can you believe that? 2 years?
That's
I
nuts,
gotta
man.
figure out the next level thing here. Wow. So, all
Get some
right.
bongos.
Was that?
Bongos.
Yeah, crazy. Yeah, something. All right, Homer Feltus. Let me celebrate that. Here we go. Did I do 24 or 19? Can't remember.
I think you did. I was kind of counting in the back of my mind. I counted 17, but I think I might have missed the first two.
No, I did the first two. I got all 19 because I count with my fingers down below just to make sure I don't miss them. So I'm like, because there's no way I can remember sometimes some of those counts. But man, thank you, Homer Feltus, for being a member for 19 months. I feel like this is appropriate. It is, absolutely. So thank you. The ponds, absolutely, I got to breathe. If I don't
Rick
breathe, I'll
said
pass
bongos
out.
and kazoo same time.
Yeah. Bongos and kazoo? That would be interesting. And I need to learn a song. I need to get a song for like 2 years, I feel like. Kevin Smith and
Non-copyright
Knives.
song.
12 months. You know what that means? That's acapella time. 1 year anniversary. So you get the acapella Scottish throat pipes. If you ever wondered what the little red button is for, this always sounds better if you've been drinking beers and had a couple of glasses of scotch. Trust me. That's
Yeah.
why it sounded so good. But here you go. This is for you, Kevin Smith and Knives. First part. There you go. Scottish throat pipes. Yes.
I was going to tell you. I mean, you should, and you can borrow this if you want, but this, I think you should probably try to use something like this. This is an original idea that I thought of, but maybe if you would consider doing. Oh,
You mean this?
you copycat.
I did, didn't I? There you go. All right, Kevin Smith and Knives, my kazoo salute to you for 12 months. Thank you, Kevin Smith and Knives, for being a Nerdy Knives Nuts for 12 months. I appreciate you. All right, we got two more real quick ones here. We're going to celebrate, and of course it flies right by, and I don't see everybody's comment. We got brand new American member for 7 months, Nerdy Knives enthusiast, almost a year. What you look at that? Oh, would you look at that? Sorry, I'm like totally reading it like a nerd. And now you get the trombone. Appreciate you, Kevin Smith. Brand new American. Brand new American. Boy, I am throwing all the names. It's one big giant name together. But brand new American, thank you, man. Appreciate being a member for 7 months. And then we got another celebration real quick here. We got Josh 3025, member for 4 months, 30 Knives enthusiast. I don't know what to say. I don't know either, but I know to say thank you for being a member for 4 months. Mike, a zoo salute to you. All right. Appreciate you guys. All right. So Neil, last question for you. Would you like to be a YouTuber full-time and someday quit your job?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a quick one, man. Absolutely. that'd be pretty awesome. Yeah.
Would you want to design your own knife?
I don't know. I think maybe like one day I could evolve into that right now, but at this point I'm just enjoying everybody else's designs.
Yeah, that's same here. I have no plans to design a knife whatsoever. And I love knives. If anybody ever wants me to give ideas to help their design of a knife, I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
I notice details to the nth degree and the most annoying level. I will find, people have told me that I can find a hair in a gnat's ass. So there you go. I'm a kind of attention to detail, but I have no desire. I'm just kind of curious because I know people have mixed feelings about YouTubers designing knives.
Yeah.
And
I think maybe it would be something one day, maybe that I could get into, I guess, but at this point, I'm still learning and experiencing all kinds of new stuff. But it's definitely like Metal Complex after he put out the Excalibur was saying, it's a definitely like a whole nother ballpark whenever you're the designer and you're not the guy sitting back critiquing every little thing about the design. So
yeah, that's true. I mean, I think Kevin went through that quite a bit with Colin, and he's now done so many designs. I think he's kind of like a real experienced designer and gone through all of that. But there are those who are like, if you don't do your own CAD drawings, you're not really a designer. If if you don't make it yourself, you're not a designer. I'll never be that. I'm not gonna not getting a forge.
I'll sit there and watch like Loot 10's. You ever watch one of Loot 10 Texas live? It's like on Saturday, 2:00 my time, Central Time. Loot 10 Tex, the new breed EDC, the Clydesdale designer, and the Wingspan now. It's pretty cool to sit there and watch him play with the CAD on the live stream. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah,
because I know Sharif has done quite a bit of that too.
Yeah.
And his stuff's pretty cool. I mean, his latest knife though, that one is. I think when he drops that, he has a chance to win some Knife of the Year awards this year.
That one does look pretty cool. And I haven't even got to check out the last one yet. Was it the Aurelia?
Yeah,
I think is that
the manganese one, the one with the fat carbon inlays.
Yeah,
that was a hefty knife. I got a chance to check it out in a pass around. It's a pretty hefty knife. I liked it. I mean, it's a bigger knife. If you like bigger knives, you're gonna like it. The one that he has out right now, it's about to drop. That's made by Riot. He had it at Blade Show Texas last year, and I had no idea what he had. And I think I was so overwhelmed. And I had a chance to check it out, and I handled it, and I thought it was really cool, but I didn't really handle it. And then the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to go back and check it out some more, and it was too late. But it's one of those things where you're like, oh, that might be really good.
Yeah.
So
another YouTuber on the topic, kind of sort of YouTuber knife designs. I really like this one, the one Manufacturing design, the Phoenix. Kaiser Phoenix.
Yeah, that's a real Persian. That's a very flowy Persian design for sure.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's definitely different than kind of like the norm or whatever. He's got another one that he's working on. I think it's coming out this year, maybe. But I think he's got some pretty cool design language, and kind of like Loot 10 and the way that the two that I've seen that Maddie's designed anywhere are very different from each other. So just like the Clydesdale and the Wingspan are both very, very different knives. And I think that's pretty neat, because there's a lot of designers out there. You'll see something that oh man, I can't even think of one off the top of my head right now. But I mean, name a knife designer that if you look at a knife and you have no idea who made it, as soon as you look at it, that's
Sharp by Design. Sharp by Design is one.
Yeah.
Another one. Vero Engineering is another one.
Yeah.
I immediately can think of Berg Blades. Berg Blades, a lot of his aesthetic, you can see his stuff in there.
Yeah. So like the way that like Loot 10 Tex and Manufacturing kind of do some very the two designs I've seen from both of them very widely apart, but also both are awesome designs. I think that's it's kind of like an anti-design language thing they got going on. That's pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, it's cool when you step out completely out of your typical mold kind of thing. That's cool too. I like that.
And then I mean, some of the ones that like Ben Peterson, the banter. I mean, I love that. Those are great knives.
Very practical.
Yeah, very, very, very practical. Yeah.
I mean, people can say it's boring or whatever, but you know what? If you want to buy a knife for somebody, or you want a knife you just to have and beat up, it's the perfect knife. I mean, and that's
his intent. Out with the Lander, the open source code for the 3D printable scale.
Oh yeah,
I thought, man, that is such a great idea. That's really cool.
I agree. I think him opening up that whole thing is really cool. MPG saying you guys need to check out Magpool's version of the knife. Oh, that's the injected steel one, right?
Check out.
Magpul has a new knife coming out with injected steel.
Oh,
I
really?
gotta show you something. There's two couple of knives that I have here that I got this week. This is from Luft Concepts. This is their USA made LTL. I dropped a video on this. It's a USA made blade.
That's pretty cool.
It is ergonomic. First I looked at it, I thought, okay. And then the Rich Light, I thought, all right, I'm gonna try the burgundy. And it is really a cool color pattern. I actually really like this color pattern the most out of all of them. This is the stone wash, but it's almost like an acid stone wash. And the blade is S45 blade steel, full tang, beautiful little knife. USA made. This is not overseas. It's made in Tennessee, I believe, and just so solid. And then this sheath, it's injected molded, but it's commercial injected molded. It's got the Ulti clip on there, and it's solid all the way around. It's not like you can definitely, when you have commercial grade 3D printing, it's kind of like a Glock handle or grip or something like that. That's what it feels like. It's super, super solid. They even got a little jimping right there, a couple of jimping spots for the thumb release, so I can just push it right off.
That's a nice
This
touch.
is really nice. So that's USA made. Then I have this other one right here. This is by Blackbird Blades. This is a production model he did. He does custom USA fixed blades, and his stuff's expensive, but rightfully so, because it's amazing, his custom stuff. But this is a USA production one that's made by Riot. And I got a chance to review the prototype, and I can tell you the production is even better than I thought the prototype. It's another beautiful kind of compact EDC MagnaCut, super thin slicer, whereas the LTL is a lot thicker, robust. Like I feel like I could like break branches and trees and logs with this if it was big enough, right? This one feels like it's accompaniment to a nice carry knife. It's very thin, super slicey, really nice. Both of them are right in that beautiful EDC size that I love to carry. So those are a couple of knives. And what started me all on it was, of course, the Dread Eye. I still have my Dread Eye that I still love, which is, very, and this is the 3V version, by the way, instead of the MagnaCut. So those are, I think, are really cool.
I think as far as, and I don't have that many fixed blades at all, but as far as, where's it at? As far as ones that I kind of use the most around the house, it had to be the number one would have to be the Eddie knife, the little cheese knife they made. To me, that's an awesome little knife. It's a charcuterie knife that he made for Cole. It's got a little notch, like a little thumb spot on it.
That's
awesome,
cool.
Awesome little knife.
So is it like? Would it be fair to call it maybe a really fancy cheese knife?
It's a really fancy cheese knife.
Yeah, because it looks like a custom fancy cheese knife. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hope that doesn't insult Mr. Eddie, but I think it's a compliment because that puts you up in that upper echelon.
His logo, I don't know if you can see it with the light right there, but you could. I like how his logo is kind of like faded.
I didn't get a logo on my Mr. Eddie knife. Mr. Eddie, I didn't get a logo on my knife. Where's my logo? Just give me a hard time.
You gotta keep looking for it. It's really faded.
Well, are you telling me there's supposed to be one there? So at Christmas, I got this knife stand. Oops, that's not the one showing you. I got this knife stand. Make sure it's not reflecting. Oh, hold on. All right, so there we go. So I have 8 fixed blades now. And by the way, Mr. Eddie, I got the knife I was going to give away. It turned out the giveaway didn't happen. I wasn't able to give it as a gift. So I still have your knife in my collection. So now I have it back in my collection, which is cool. So I have 8 fixed blades now. And I said I would never really get but 1 fixed blade. So there you go. All right. I think we're probably at that point. Was there anything you wanted to ask? Anything you wanted to share? Anything coming up that's exciting? But before we do that, I want to celebrate Mr. Grizzle. Oh, Mrs. Grizzle. This is Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting's Mrs. Grizzle 216. Welcome to Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. Welcome. I appreciate you. Welcome back. My kazoo salute to you, Mrs. Grizzle 216. Tried to switch it up a little there for you. I don't know if it came out kind of bad.
Let me go let some apple juice out real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Oh, here we go. We got a question when you come back from server 7.
Don't get us demonetized.
There you go. What's that? Don't get us demonetized. That's right. There you go. Rob's Nerdy Knives. The Knife's Edge question for each of you. What is a brand you think is a little or a lot overhyped? What is a brand that I think is a little or a lot overhyped? That's a tough question because I may like the brand, but I feel like some of the hype is a little overhyped. Sometimes, so here's the thing. This is my take on it, and I'll restate it when Neil comes back. I think sometimes the hype is because some people are genuinely excited about it, but not everyone's excited at the same time, right? And so sometimes people get excited later on after everyone's been excited about that. Oh, man. Okay, some of you guys are going to hate me for this, but I will tell you, I think one brand that I think is a little bit overhyped, and some of you guys love this brand. You're going to absolutely hate me for it. But the two brands, they're kind of, to me, one or the other, you could pick either of them, is Strider and Emerson. And I'm not saying they're bad. I just think sometimes people are so like Strider is the Holy Trinity, one of the Holy Trinity. Not for me. Emerson's one of those.
Said he loves Strider?
Yeah, I'm just not a Strider fan. I've handled them. I've handled several of them. Just not a fan. And Emerson's the other one because I'm not into that tactical little loop thing on the blade. It just doesn't do anything for me. So
yeah,
for me,
really
that's
like the Emerson wave too much either.
Yeah. Now the son of Emerson, I met him at Blade Show. He's got some new designs coming out that I hope he can influence the course of the company because I think it would be a good direction to go in. It would have more broader appeal, I think. But then I guess the diehard Emerson fans might not like that.
Yeah.
So did you see the question? The question is question for each of you. What is a brand you think is a little or a lot overhyped?
Oh man. I don't know. Talking any range of brands?
Any range of any brand. I mean, you could go to customs, you could go to budgets.
Overhyped.
I mean, there's some easy ones too that I could think of, but I was thinking personally for me. I know majority of people, there's about 2 or 3 that I know majority of people would pick.
Riot.
Yes.
That's gonna ruffle some feathers, maybe. I don't know, but Riot, just because Riot makes it doesn't mean it's better than Best Tech. You know, that Riot maybe like 3 years ago or so. I think Riot was kind of on top of the hill in that area. You know, but now you got Kunwu, you got not that you didn't back then. You know, but Best Tech.
I would agree.
There's a few different Chinese OEMs that are doing some Riot quality work, I think.
Well,
maybe Shirogorov, maybe.
Yes.
Shirogorov, because that's, you know, coming from like the beginnings of me kind of getting into the knife hobby, you know, was Shirogorov was just maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, maybe a little more than that, was when you saw a flipper knife, that was the comparison for a flipper knife, right? It's got that Shirogorov like action, you know, it's got that Shirogorov like, and to me, I've never owned a Shirogorov. Mr. Eddie let me borrow his Quantum, and I think that was actually you that wasn't that yours? That used to be yours?
Yeah, that's the one I sold to him. Yeah, and that's awesome, a great flipper. Budget Shirogorov.
Yeah, and a budget Shirogorov's like a $700,
$700-800. Yeah,
yeah, right. And so, but an awesome knife. I just think if you say over, to me, something's not terrible if it's just because it's overhyped. It's not terrible, right? It just means that it's extraordinarily and maybe possibly annoyingly popular at the time. You know,
I agree.
That's my opinion on it.
I think a couple of people picked out a couple of people I was thinking about. James Brand, definitely overhyped, and Benchmade. Now, here's the thing. the Barnes made by James Brand, it is an amazing knife. It's legitimately one of the best integrals. I would say it competes with the Excalibur. Some people might think it's a little bit better than the Excalibur. I don't know. I think it's about the same because I've handled the Barnes. I haven't done a full review. I handled it at a store, but it is amazing. But it is so overhyped. You're right. It's so overpriced. If you can get it $200-$300 less, I think it's more reasonable. Benchmade used to be reasonable, but they've just gone crazy, stupid nuts with their prices. I don't know what this. I don't know.
I was watching their the knife center in Shotzo, and he was going through the new model. DCA was going through new model Benchmades with the lady from Benchmade, and I noticed, and I could have missed it. I might have missed this totally, but I didn't see any prices. The year before, the prices were in there, you know. So like when they just introduced, like, okay, this is an Arrows, it's going to be $522, you know.
Yeah.
And but this year I didn't see any prices for bench. So they hiked their prices by, I think like 11% at the beginning of the year. And to me, I mean, the prices were already, the only Benchmade that I still own is the Griptilian. And I think this is probably the only reasonably priced Benchmade that's left. And even this one now is, I think, 160. But if you bought it in December, they were, you know, 136.
Yep.
Which is, you know, I think, I mean, it's an awesome knife. It's probably my like go-to work knife. You know, like if I want a knife in pocket and I'm not worried about, you know, messing it up or scratching the finish or something like that. It's just something I want to reach for. It's dependable every time. It's a great, awesome knife, you know. But they have most definitely went up, you know. And they even compared to some other American-made knives, and that's not comparing Chinese knives to it or anything. That's kind of like apples to oranges, you know. But I think they're kind of crazy for some of the prices that they're asking.
I agree. Well, and I think Ron Crow also noted Spyderco starting to get overhyped. Yeah, I don't know. Did you see what happened with the Bodacious when it first dropped? It was 270.
Yeah,
have you seen what they're listing for now?
Right now,
what's that?
199.
Yeah, but most places had it at 225. Are you saying it's down to 199 like retail?
199 in cart at Freedom Knife Works.
Yes,
I believe.
But their MSRP for retail is now listed for 225.
Oh,
and
wow.
that would have been, they would have sold so many more of those knives had they started off like that. Because that's still high, but people would have been able to swallow that. 270.
The Bodacious is one that when I first saw it, I was like, shit, you know, like that. Is that it? Is that really like y'all's new, you know, that's it? It's a Shaman without a finger joil, and that's it. But then as I kind of watched, you know, people talk about it, and I've never handled one. So watching it a lot more and more, it kind of seems to me like it's something I would love to try out, you know.
It is super
warming up to the idea of getting one, maybe.
It is definitely different than the Shaman, and you get the right scales on there, or you mod your G10 scales. These are the Lynch Northwest Clip scales, by the way. Really recommend these if you get the Bodacious, especially you can get it at 199.
So I guess they got the benefit of not having to have the blade, not having to have the finger choil.
Yeah, you got more cutting
space. They can make
space.
their own finger choil in the scale, essentially, right? For the aftermarket scale. So that's pretty cool.
So this is very similar to what they do on the G10. It's very comfortable. I got plenty of room in there, as you can see. So definitely double, triple, extra large, big meaty fingers. Really wide. The only thing they had is the G10 was really sharp on the edges. And then the Lynch Northwest clips, the Lynch Northwest scales were way, way better as far as I'm concerned. But it is thinner. It's the thin, sleek EDC big blade. You know, it's a different, yes, it looks like the Shaman, but it's so different that it is actually radically different than the Shaman. It's a completely different carry as far as I'm concerned. So, but I wish they had more premium steel.
I kind of enjoyed Metal Complexes. Was it the Knife Guy Sunday? I think it was the latest one about the
the
plunge
choil
grinds. Does that bother you on that?
Spyderco has always been notorious about that, and it is a pain in the butt when you sharpen with them. I was talking to at Blade Show Atlanta. I talked to the KME guys for a while. We were chatting and stuff, and one of the things that came up was, how do you deal with the smile and stuff? And one of the guys who does all the sharpening, he goes, for new people, I always recommend get a zip tie. And so when I sharpened my Brown Knives Mini FSD, because it had that weird grind on there, I put a zip tie on there. Perfect. It was no issues. I had no smile. It was very easy. When I bumped into it, the zip tie was there, solid, protecting it. That's pretty brilliant. I like that. But you wouldn't have to worry about that if you had a decent sharp control.
All right. I'll tell you one thing that drives me nuts. And let's see. Let me get an example of it here. You're going to love this example. Imagine this, but the Ozark Trail, the thumb studs are not removable. Now, you can also take, let's see, I think the Deca, is it the Deca? The Deca doesn't have a torque. You can, of course, you can remove any thumb studs, right? But when a knife doesn't have thumb studs that are easily removed, if I've got to use a pair of channel locks and a cloth, so I don't scratch the finish on it to remove a thumb stud, and to me that's kind of aggravating, as far as sharpening goes,
Yeah, I hear you.
Especially using the fixed angle system, with the slide rod, that stone will tend to start scraping the edge of that.
And that's the thing. That's why I use masking tape or I use the zip tie. It's the only way I get around that. Because I've scratched too many knives doing that.
I got some Captain tape. That's what I use. That I think I actually got some of it somewhere over here.
So here's something I don't know if you know, and those of you guys who watch Neves Knives all the time, Neves does that when he does his professional sharpening stuff. He'll actually use some of this stuff, right? I don't know if you got the Captain tape from Neves, but I know he uses tape on his knives, especially the high-end knives that he sharpens.
Yeah, I would have to say I've probably got about 80% of what little that I do know about sharpening, from Neves. And Neves is a pretty good resource on that, and some of the in-depth videos, like is what final grit to use with what blade steel.
That was really good. That was really good. Really, that was one of his best. Yeah,
that helped me out a lot because I put a mirror edge on some CTS XHP on a Kiku, and I cut it. I was at work. I cut some rope with it, and it cut one piece, and I was cutting the second cut, and I was like, I put a 0.1 micron lapping film mirror edge on this thing. Like you could read a book off of the edge, and it's dull already. Like what the hell,
Like RWL 34, high polished edge, perfect. I mean, you can get that 1200, 1500, 2000 grit, beautiful polish. It'll slice all day. That RWL 34, yeah. And it polishes really nicely too. I mean, that's all the South African makers and a lot of US makers use it.
Yep.
Well, real quick, Bluminati Ninja, who's your rusty co-host here, Rob? It is Neil from the Knight's Edge. I was about to say the Knife's Edge for you. I was going to do it, but I said, no, I'll just go ahead and do Knight's Edge. But he's been joining me tonight as my guest host. It's my first time trying this. He was my guinea pig, so thank you, Neil. I appreciate that. But Bluminati Ninja, my kazoo salute to you. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, we're almost at the giveaway time. Neil, I don't want you. I mean, if you want to hang around, you're welcome to, but I don't want you to feel like you have to. If you got things
I'm good.
to do.
That's probably hang for about another 30 minutes or so.
Okay, that's cool. So I'll get the giveaway, kind of get it going here.
I'm trying to keep your view count down so I can catch up with you. So I'm gonna
there you go. Well, you're actually turning it. It's actually the opposite. I'm almost at 200 tonight, so you're bringing it up, whether you know it or not. They're all coming here to see what is Rob doing? What the heck? What is he doing?
Who's this homeless guy that Rob's got on here, man? What the?
Well, he likes knives, so I figured I'd talk to him, right? All right. So hey, how about you guys? Yes, Meredith. Do I still want to do a guest Is that what you're talking about? Do the guest? Is that what you're talking about? If that's what you're asking about, yes, I do. I still would love to have Meredith on here for sure.
Meredith's fun. She came on.
Yeah.
She came on my live one time. I was having some severe glitch issues. That was before Milton helped. Milton and Carco helped me figure out that processor was an issue with multicam streaming. And before that got figured out, Meredith came on my live, and it was a little glitchy, but it was pretty fun talking to her.
I will tell you, one of the things I learned on your laptop, don't put it on quiet mode if you're doing YouTube. You remember that night when I completely went dark? I went offline. That's because I put it on silent and my computer overheated and it just shut down. And I was like, oh, got too hot. So it's like, yeah, that's the other thing. Now I have a new laptop. It's way better, way better.
Whatever issues we might be having, when Kinman, I went on Kinman's live. I don't know if you watched that one. I went on Kinman's live and he had me on, and for like the first hour, he couldn't figure out the audio, so it was just like Kinman doing like.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
that might be fun just to watch. See what's he doing? It's kind of like
it was like being a National Geographic narrator. You know, it's just like watch Tom Petty's illegitimate son very upset because his audio won't show up on the live stream.
It's almost like, oh, there we watch the Kenman in live. He's in his jungle natural element there.
See the wild Kenman with his Kaisers.
Yeah, there you go. So real quick, does anybody have any questions for Neil or myself that you'd like us to answer, or both of us to answer? I'd love to do that real quick before we jump into the giveaway. I'm going to start clearing off the desk, but what I am going to do is show you. Yeah, there, I can do the desktop. And let me move this up here. I'm going to move us over here and then drag this over here. That way, there we go. And then I'll drag this over here. Oh, wrong one. Wrong one.
There's a question.
Right, there we go.
Where are my coconut cookies?
Oh yeah, Mr. Eddie asked about the coconut cookies. He said, I need to know about that.
So Cole does Christmas cookies every year. It's a tradition that her mom used to do, and she's kind of carried it on. Every year she's made coconut cookies. So this is the first Christmas I've had being in kind of like in the knife community, really, you know, with YouTube and all that stuff. And so she sent out, she made she baked for like a week straight around Christmas time and mailed out 6 or 7 packages to I think Eddie, Help with Gadgets, Milton, Carco, Satisfaction, to a few different people, and you know, some family too and everything. And Mr. Eddie, I think, took an exception to the coconut cookies. He took a real liking to them.
I bet they're good. I love coconut. My wife hates them, so they'd be perfect to buy because they'd be all mine.
There you go. Satisfaction said the kid stole all his lemon bars, but I'm gonna call him out on that. I don't think it was the kid.
I've used that excuse many times.
Yeah, kids, man. The dog must hate that cheeseburger. I don't know what's going on with that.
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna JRS 86 member for 1 month. Nerdy Knives enthusiast. No kazoo bud. Doing my part. Keep y'all chatting. Well, JRS 86, thank you. And a quick, how about that? I'll do a quick little quiet in the background kazoo just for you. All right. I figured y'all going to say that. Probably have to send it out. I don't want to screw it up. I don't want to trust my eyes. Thanks for your wisdom. I guess that's a conversation I'm missing here. All right. Rob's Nerdy Knives and Knife's Edge. Now, hold on. Let me read this again. Now, the opposite. What is the brand that doesn't get nearly enough credit for what they do? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Benchmade?
No, a brand that doesn't get enough credit for what they do. Underrated. Oh, you're being funny. I got you. You're being sarcastic.
That's my language. That's my second language.
Sarcasm. Yep.
Yeah.
I think right now, one that came out It's starting to gain a lot of traction. Prince Custom Knives, if you want to talk real high-end custom area, he is kind of started. He does some really amazing stuff, and he's won some knife show awards, but he's kind of underrated. Now, granted, his very first stuff was getting better and better. I think he's someone who's really underrated. McNeese used to be that about 2-3 years ago, but he's totally blown up now. He's gotten his fair credit for what he does. Who's another one? I mean, for USA, I would say Kunwu was like that about 1.5 years ago, but Kunwu is starting to really get a lot of exposure. Not Concepts, Kaiser's coming out with some new stuff like the Militaw and the Hawk. I was really impressed with that. That's some of the best stuff I've seen out there. So I really, really like what they're doing. And I think that might be one. What do you think, Neil? I mean, that's
$250 to $400 range. Or best value. That was a different question. I'm sorry. Neb Sig asked best value $250 to $400 range. As far as underrated, a quick answer, in my opinion, right now is Vulcan. I think Vulcan's that's a single dude, all custom, one-stop shop knife, and the dude makes his own crossbar locks. He's got a couple of button locks now. It's a fairly limited list, but the prices, as far as a custom knife, are an American made by one person, all in his shop, one retired dude making it. You can't beat his prices. And he's got some awesome stuff.
I could see that. Yeah.
Vulcan's, and you would think, I mean, like Blaurock, I think it's comparable to Blaurock at half the price. Blaurock's one guy in Germany making, and I think it's comparable to that, some of his stuff.
I can see that. Yeah, that's a good one. You know who else is, I think, for like a little bigger company, but they've been around, but in the USA, I think Arne Bernard is someone who's totally underrated.
Yeah.
You get a lot of really good knife for the money. That's one of those that give them another couple of years, those knives will probably be almost double in price. Just because they're that good. They're up there with Trevor Berger, they're up there with some of the other African makers. I couldn't tell you their names right now are.
Francois? No, Francois is not African, I don't think. No.
That's French. Isn't that the French guy?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
His stuff is amazing. That stuff's amazing.
Yeah.
Who was it? It was on one of the Discords. They were talking about it, and I never heard of him. And every time he shows me more and more knives, I'm like, okay, that's starting to grow on me.
I can't even say his name right, but I love his knives.
Yeah. Yeah, the Militaw is, I would say, all right, so hold on, I went real quick.
Value, what do you say, best value 250 to 400 range?
Oh, that's a good one. Well, you think of that. I'm going to do Bliminati. Question for the 10-man, 3-in-1 or WD-40?
Oh, yeah, man. Absolutely. Every time.
3-in-1? All right, so Kazoo, salute to you, Bliminati. So 3-in-1. You know what? Something I use. Do I have it over here? Hold on. Let me see if I can grab it real quick. I used to use this all the time, and then I got into nano oil, but I've used that forever because I always have it. But one of the other oils that I always like to use, it's because I use it on my pew-pews, is my STL.
Astroglide?
It's the well, I'm sorry, not STL. Sorry, Lucas Extreme Pew oil. I won't say what it's called, but
yeah,
that stuff's really good. This is my third bottle. I use that all the time. This stuff works really well too, but it does have the pew smell. So sometimes it's not, it is what it is.
It's not a lube, but protectant. I think cleaner / protectant. Frog lube is probably. I like frog lube. I think that's some pretty good stuff. And I'm almost out actually of this other one. You ever tried that one? The Knife Shield KPL. It's pretty good. It's food safe. KPL knife pivot lube makes it. Oh
yeah, that one's pretty good. Isn't that food safe?
Yeah, it's food safe. It's a coater, and as far as a lubricant, like pivots and stuff like that. I don't think you can beat Gunny Glide. I can't remember the explanation that they use, but it's really scientific and really technical. A means to explain that it's kind of an eliminator type of lubricant, kind of in the way that that rim oil has a Teflon. It's like an aerosol Teflon, and that's really good for OTFs.
Oh, that's cool. I haven't used gunny oil. I've heard of it, but I haven't used it. So it looks like
still trying to think of 250 to 400 range best value, man. That's a hard one. That's a vast range right there.
It is.
I mean, you're including the what are you including the Excalibur in that? You might be
Excalibur is a great deal for integral. That's really
you're almost reaching into the hinder with that,
Just about, yeah. 425 is the hinder if you're okay with
I guess.
Quiet carry gets you into all the quiet carry knives.
Yeah, the 9, man, the quiet carry 9 is probably that's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite quiet carries. That's an awesome knife. The saber tooth, was it Adam? Adam was asking about the saber. What are y'all's thoughts on the Monterey Bay saber tooth? I haven't got to handle it, but I saw it last week. Was the first time I saw it, and for $140 S90V with a pretty cool looking design. And I've handled the Rosalinda, which is an awesome knife. Yeah, I really like that one. For $140 and S90V from Monterey Bay, I can't imagine it will be too terrible. I think it seemed like a really good deal. When I saw the price, $140, like, damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Titanium and S90V.
That was a really. I saw when they were talking about that. I was kind of impressed with that. I'd like to maybe take a look. Kunwu is up there. I would agree. We have some stuff that's up there. It's not their really super high end stuff, right? But Vero, you're actually in the Vero engineering price range there too. And Vero stuff is pretty solid. If you like Vero, if you may not like the aesthetic of Vero, but his engineering and his designs are really good. If you like his design.
Mr. Eddie said TK's dogs ate the beaver buddies. He sent me the last knife box he sent me. He threw some random there's some pretty random stuff in there, and one of them was you're from Texas, so you got to know Buc-ee's. The beaver buddies. He threw a bag of those in there.
Yeah,
and I was actually eating them when I was doing the live unboxing. I had a couple of them. I was like, man, I gotta save these for Cole. And after the live, I went and put the bag. I just kind of tossed the bag on the bed. Went back to the room, and by the time she got home from work, the dogs, there were pieces of the beaver buddy.
Oh, no.
Bag. There's no more beaver buddies and no more beaver buddies bag.
Yeah.
Which I blame that on the dogs too.
So Kathleen talked about the Militons, says there's too many of them. And so that's the thing, Kathleen. I saw they did a lot of Militons. I have one Militon, and that's how I enjoy my Militon. I have one. I didn't go all crazy. I bought a few for giveaways, but I've got one Militon, right? That's
the S45.
Huh? Yeah. This is the M390 polished DLC with this is the camo carbon. I like the color on this one a lot. So that's how I avoid that overexposure, because that happens really fast. The pyrite for me was like that when they came out with the pyrite and all the variations, they were really cool.
Yeah,
I'm kind of done with the pyrite just because there's so many of them. Right?
I think I'm done with it too. But the thing, the one that I think Kinman actually sold me on this one. He had like 10 shorts on this. I thought that was so cool with a little rose gold.
That is cool. And that's the big one. Pyrite. Is that the XL?
No, this is a regular.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Regular.
Okay. And I like the blade shape. I like the Bowie. Is that Bowie or clip point? That's a Bowie.
That's a Bowie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bowie or Bowie? You're from Texas. You gotta tell me.
Bowie. I've heard different things depending on where you're from the country. So I'm sure I'm wrong somewhere. The other one was Dan Carrahar. So I don't know if you know who Dan Carrahar is. He's actually a custom golf maker and a golf pro who teaches pro golfers. And he makes some of the most amazing clubs, but he also makes knives. And his customs are amazing. But he also has some production knives. He's really good. I've liked his stuff. The only problem I have is I've owned a couple of them. It was either too small or it didn't have enough snap in the flip. And that was just my personal thing, but I did like his stuff. It's really high quality. Let's see here. I think. All right. I think
I'm trying not to miss any of the. I'm trying not to miss any of the questions here.
I know. I think I'm sure I'm missing a few. There's somebody there who said they kept asking questions and we missed it. So.
Yeah, TRM's in that range. You're right. Dale Lane. Yeah.
So Malcolm Holt,
TRM,
member.
you can't forget about them. They're pretty cool.
TRM. Yeah, that's a good one. TRM. Who else is?
I gotta tell you, man. Out of all the, and we were kind of talking about a little bit last night, but out of all the companies, and TRM to me has been hands down. You know, a new dude starting a YouTube channel. On I'm if you're a little fish, I'm a minnow, right? So they have reached out and that they've sent a couple of knives, and I think that's just awesome, man. They're very approachable and pretty great people, you know, as well. So, and they're all American made, right? Or they're former titanium. They make Tycoon. Was it before they started the knife company? Was a titanium company.
Oh yeah. Okay. I don't know. I don't know the history. I know Les did a lot of stuff.
And I think they're pretty cool people. Good people for sure.
Yes, I am skipping over the Astroglide joke. But real quick, let's celebrate real quick. Malcolm Holt, 8 months, man. Appreciate you being a member for 8 months. Thank you. Les George Customs is underrated. I agree. I'm actually checking out 2 Les Customs right now. Les George. Well, I don't know if they're customs. They're the production versions. I don't know if they fall in the custom range. The ESV is the first one I did. I have the other one too. Billy lent those to me. They're amazing. So my kazoo salute to you, Malcolm Holt, for 8 months. Appreciate that. All right. So
A trumpet salute on that one.
The trumpet, yeah, you get the, or trombone actually in that one. I could have gotten the trumpet though. Could also gotten the French horn. Same. It's like Frank's. I put the shiz in everything. The shizzle. Yeah, I know what that. I was gonna make sure I finish that so that the AI didn't think I was saying something else. All right.
As long as you don't touch a 9mm, you'll be good, Rob.
That's right. That's right. And you got to make sure you show it clean, clear.
Yeah.
Right? You got to drop the magazine, check the chamber.
Yep.
I got to do the whole thing.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, Dan Kara. So all right. Anybody else? I got my saber tooth. Oh, you got the saber tooth. Okay, great. But it's like a Kubi. Man, in the hands, not really all that. It's 140. It's 140. So it's a valid $140 knife. Okay, that's fair. It looks cool though. It definitely has the aesthetic of Ray Laconico, right? Vero Mini Isotope. That's pretty cool. I will tell you, the Mini Nova is awesome. I love my Mini Nova. So if you thought the Nova was just big, so if you like big knives, the regular Nova you're gonna love. The Mini Nova is amazing. That would be the one I'd recommend if someone doesn't want a gigantic knife. Now, there is the Mini Lux or the Lux 3.3 coming out in 2 days on the 31st. Definitely check that out. I might be trying to get one.
You pretty excited about the collabs with Vero this year?
Oh yeah,
ProTech and Chavez.
Yes, we got Chavez with ProTech, and then you've got Vero with ProTech. That's awesome. Looking forward to that. Yeah. Oh, did you know there's a Mordax auto coming out? The Mordax button lock. They're going to do an auto of it.
That's going to be pretty cool.
And the very first button lock that ProTech ever did, they're re-releasing that one too. Do you really wow? Where are the chances? What color is it? I got the red one. Sorry. Okay. Oh, you have your Mordax? There you go.
Yeah.
I want to do a hollow grind like Tri-State EDC did. Is that the drop version?
Yeah. That is that's just that's 45.
Okay. So it's the more recent one.
Yeah, this is a more recent one. Yeah, back when you were saying like the Mordax was your Bigfoot knife. I was also looking for the Mordax around that day. It was crazy how hard they were to get.
They
Just,
were.
what, 2 years ago? Maybe
Yeah.
3 years ago, something like that.
I had a Mordex with the 20 CV, the drop version that was sold by drop. And my neighbor was moving and he really wanted to buy it from me. And I knew that the Magna Cut was coming out. So I figured, oh, okay, it's coming out. I'll sell this to you. I'll buy the other one. 2 years later, I was like, oh man, finally got it.
And it's crazy how much the knife, the manufacturers and everything seem to have recovered. It took a while, it took a year or two, but recovered from COVID,
Yeah.
And
well, they were hit hard out there in California too. They had some lot of restrictions. So that
I was kind of
really hard.
worried about Crucible shutting down being similar,
Were they? Well, it's because New York. Yeah, you're right. That was. I probably didn't help them. I'm pretty sure that did not help them at all. And of course, look at Jay Dizzle. He's got a hollow grind and added studs to his Mordax. Exactly what I want to do to mine.
How you feel about this one? Try that one.
Oh, I checked that one out. I reviewed it. That's a really interesting USA knife. I like it.
Yeah.
It's very different. It's almost like it's got a little touch of Grisbo. It's got that step milled blade. Right. That's my first experience. And the G10 handles are G10 or are they aluminum? Which ones do you have?
Aluminum.
Yeah, they're wild. It is a different type of so it's very similar. That's what I noticed. But I like that one better than the Norseman. The Norseman's is not my cup of tea.
I love the Norseman.
All right, so let's see here. My Sabertooth's biggest critique of Sabertooth is lock bar access could be better. Well, that's important, especially for me with big meaty fingers. Did I forget another we did Les George Customs is underrated. Yeah, we talked about that. I would sell my Mordax, never carried anymore. Oh, there you go. Somebody's looking for a Mordax, especially since he hollow ground it, puts the thumb studs in there. Let's see here. Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting. Good evening, everyone. Hey, Grizzle Bear Leather Crafting. I think Miss Grizzle was here earlier, so hopefully she's still here. Use our duck or our duckling or the Model T 2nd Gen. Okay. So I've not handled the duck. I need to handle the duck. The duckling I was about to sell, but I'll tell you, I've got it right here on the table. The duckling I was about to sell, and then I retuned it one more time, and I got that action just absolutely perfect. And now I'm like, I love this thing. It has like you clear the detent right there. I'm already cleared the detent right there. Doesn't even look like that's the detent right there. And then it drops. It's crazy. And the action is just beautiful. And this is the frame lock. It's not even the liner lock. I bet the liner lock is even better. So I love that. I love the neutralizer, but I like the Model T. The Model T is amazing too. But I'm guessing if I were to try the duck, I might really like that. It's a little bit bigger. I think that's the one. If you can get a chance to get a duck, get it and let me borrow it. Rob, Paul, I might have. I've been ignoring you. Paul has been asking a question. Send it to me, Rob. I'll put studs in it for you. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you're starting to do the studs and everything too, aren't you? That's cool. I think Jay Dizzle does that too. He's working on my smock right now. Well, he's not, maybe not now, but he's going to take a little while till his bandwidth opens up or his books are open, but it's in his queue. I'm going to get those butterscotch scales put on it. Butterscotch micarta. Cool. Yeah, I've wanted that forever. Ever since I saw his stuff, man, I was like, dang. Look at that. There's Paul.
I was able to get those custom smock scales on the smock. That was it for me. As soon as I saw Kevin's custom scales, I was like, yep, that's going on the smock.
So if I had known about that before I'd even known about, before I spoke to Jay Dizzle Designs, I would have asked him to do, maybe if he had the availability, to do some designs and some other knives. But since I already asked him for that, I committed to the butterscotch scales on that. And I'm okay with that, right? I'm okay with that.
Those are going to be good though.
If I get a chance to buy another another pair of smock custom scales, it would give me an excuse to buy another smock.
Did you get the Rex 45? Didn't you just get that one though?
I did. I got the Rex 45. But I'm hoping like Blade HQ is going to release one of their M4s or something soon, because it's been a couple of years. They usually do that every couple of years, right? So I'm thinking that's about to come up.
If they made a like a K390 smock, that made me do a double on that. I think
That would be cool. Yeah.
Spyderco's got so many. I think Spider. I mean, they play around with their steels, you know, more than any other production knife company. I think, as far as different steels with different models and stuff, that's one of the really cool things to me about Spyderco. But I think that with as many steels and variations they do, I think they're still missing out on a lot of. I think they could do a lot, like if they did like the Smock and K390, or if they did the Shaman and Van X. That'd be pretty
that'd be
cool,
cool.
right?
You know what I'd like to see is that Rec 76 come back. They did that PM2 in Rec 76.
Yeah.
That went so fast. I didn't get a chance for that one. I wish I'd gotten that one.
Yeah. What was that, GP? GP Knives, I think.
Yeah, it was GP Knives. Yep. Let's see here.
Do you have any crazy overbuilt ones in your collection that are just stupidly overbuilt folders, like something like that, maybe? Or?
I would say, I mean, okay, so I don't do overbuilt like that, but I have my Chavez Redemption 229. It's not like that. I have my Peter Carey. It's a wee knife, but it's not overbuilt, but it's big. And then I have, okay, and then there's a Vero. So here's my Peter Carey, and that's a pretty big knife. And if you've ever handled a Peter Carey custom, usually you go to blade shows and there's like a lottery and stuff, and they sell for $5,000 to $10,000. And I got to handle one. They're ridiculous. So this is really the best close to, but this is about as big as overbuilt as I have right here. And then the Vero, the Nova, that one's pretty, I mean, it's pretty big. As you can see, if I choke up, I mean, I think Shaquille could fit it in there a little bit. There's definitely enough room for at least another 2 fingers there. So
it's still one you'd hold on to, right? Like even though it's not your, you know, a little bit bigger than your norm.
It is, but I like it. It works in my hand. Everything is what I like to what Joseph did on this one. It's really accessible. Like I had the Lux and I had to stretch my hand out. It was really hard to work the Lux, and so I eventually sold it because it got to the point where sometimes I'd slip and it cut. This one I have complete control over, and the Mini is just as good. So I was really impressed with this one. I'm hoping the Mini Lux is going to be like the nice version of it that I can handle a little better. And Peter Carey, his stuff too is very much like that. This is just so good. I think this is, I would even go as far as to say this is probably, my opinion, Wee's best version of any knife they've had out there yet. And I say that because it's closest to what Peter Carey's custom work really is. This is really close. I mean, the OG, I mean, what is it? The Nitro, wait, this is the OG. What is this one called now? Why can I not remember? OG and the OG. I guess it's the Nitro and Nitro OG, right? That was the two. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so the Nitro is that one's not quite as good. This one's way better. So that's as big as overbuilt as I have. Yeah, I don't have any other ones.
Is it pretty comparable to the GTC? The GTC that we did? I thought that one looked pretty cool too. The one with the kickstop, the GTC is South. I think GTC is South African also. Isn't it?
It's the what is it? What's that really expensive custom that Metal Complex got recently? By what's his name?
That's the one I can't pronounce the name.
Francois,
yeah.
He did one custom recently. It's pimped out like anything, and Wee is the one that has his design on one of the knives, and it has that little flipper thing on it. So it's a little different. I don't know. All right.
I can't believe that I forgot Legion in that list of 250 to 400, but the
ASCII is that's right, knife. The Legion.
I just saw him in the chat. I was like, oh man, shit! I forgot.
That's another one.
The ASCII is an awesome knife.
That's a good point.
Pretty cool blade shape on that too. That's the most kind of striking thing to me about it. It's really neat. Like a upward sheep's foot going on.
Dalibor. That's who it is. Dalibor.
Dalibor, yeah.
Yeah, Dalibor Bergen.
Yep.
They do. We does the Dalibor Bergen. That's really nice. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and get ready for the giveaway real quick here. So real quick, this is my knife. He Hoffy donated this. This is gonna be one of our giveaways in the future. I freaking love this thing. I just put my little slip joint in there just because this is just so epic, man. What I would love to see someday. This just calls out to be a gray rock and to put an Excalibur in, don't you think?
There you go.
I think that's just be awesome.
Stone, yep.
Yeah,
that's
that'd be
pretty
cool. And of course, we've got the chips. Still love those from last week. I know I didn't get to talk to a lot of you guys, but I am including these chips in all the giveaways, so that'll be cool.
Hey, you need to get. It would be if you could get one of those with the Rob's Nerdy Knives, like the sticker, but in the shape of the. Not to be incredibly weird, but your head, you know, like what kind of like your sticker is, your logo, you know, but with the glasses, that'd be pretty neat.
Oh, you're talking one of these with Rob's Nerdy Knives face?
Right, yeah.
I don't know if we can do that. That'd be interesting. Maybe you have a little Rob's Nerdy Knife sticker on there, 3D printed milled glasses. That'd be interesting. That would be interesting. I wonder if that could be done. Here's the Cypress. By the way, if you order the raw titanium on this, it is absolutely raw. I would recommend stone washed or the Zerblast. But I did polish this all out by hand, and it is beautifully. It's gorgeous. If you wanted a really polished, super naked but gorgeous titanium RW, I mean, what is this? RW34. This is micro step milled. This is a really fun little knife. The action on this thing is ridiculous. So, all right. And put all this to the side.
Hey, there's Marissa. That's the editor-in-chief over there at Legion Steel.
Yes. I saw their live stream the other night when we were talking, and I was gonna jump on, and I thought to myself, I'm gonna get to bed. I'm gonna get in trouble with the wife. So I needed to sign off. All right, so let me pull out what we got going on here. So the same thing happens. Kazoo, you get whatever color you want of the 7 colors I have. I can sign it if you want. Just let me know. You're gonna get an RNK7 chip with that. Here's a bunch of stickers. OCD for EDC, some Lefty EDC stickers. You probably saw that. Dark Water. I didn't even know Dark Water had stickers. So that came from Stacy Bolster Blade. So thank you, Stacy, for that. And I don't know who's Louty Homie. Is that a YouTube channel too? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
And then we've got MPG EDC. I want to make sure it's in the camera. Is it in the camera? Okay, I'll put that over here. Got Mad Yoko. So make sure it's reflected. Okay, good. Stacy Bolster Blades. Go check out the channel. We got Bluminati and Twisted Sis. It's going to put your stickers all together. Okay, that's
the Asgear Nebsig.
Which one's that?
I said Legion Steel Asgear. That's the one you guys were talking about. It was asking.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Eddie says I never handle anything from he hasn't handled a Legion Steel.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. Luft Concepts, and here's Twisted Sis right there. Oh, it's not. I can't see it. I'm gonna have to put it down here. Good. Okay. Sometimes it reflects. I got Tactical Llama, Weld and Carry, another Rob's Nerd Knives. Just throw that off to the side, and then Let's Play with Knives, JG. I don't know if that's a channel or if that's a knife maker.
He sent me some too. He's got some pretty cool. His stickers are stickers are awesome, man.
Some people make some really amazing stickers. Addicted to Blades. I went to
go subscribe to his channel, and he only had a couple, like 2 or 3 subscribers at the time. I was like, what? That was such cool stickers. I was like, man, this dude's got a. I thought it was like he didn't really have much content, but I still subscribed to his channel. Awesome stickers. Right.
Yeah, I like that. People put out some really high quality stuff. I put out some high volume stuff.
I still got to work on the designing something for my stickers. I got the 2, the one that was I don't know. You might have one that Stay Sharp written
Yeah, the
on it,
original
the
one?
Knight's Edge. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was my first YouTube post. So that's a kind of the backstory, I guess, behind that little sticker. I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, I actually, my best buddy, he designed this one for me, and he's a graphics design professional, and he doesn't have any open books, so he doesn't do anything. He just did it for me as a favor. And one thing, if you notice, is that the hair, everything but the glasses is a knife, and every letter is a knife. So it's all knives put together, and that's the whole idea. And it's a silhouette, and it's kind of recognizable, and it's nerdy without copying Laren Thomas and being unique.
It's pretty cool.
And I really appreciate him doing that. I keep telling him every time I talk to him, I'm like, man, I really want you to say I appreciate that.
That's a good idea with the contrast and colors too. Yeah.
Yeah. It just pops. It's like a silhouette, right? I think
Black and
it
white,
works.
and then black and white. Yeah. Pretty cool.
So what we're doing is the Main Street by Concept. This is CPM 154. So it's a step up from Nitro V or 14C28N. A beautiful reverse Tonto Warncliffe modified sheep's foot. Warncliffe Tonto Cliff. I don't know, whatever you call it, modified. But this is really nice. The action is phenomenal. Action is great. It is, I thought it was like a $69 or $79 knife. This black micarta is really nice. It's got that texture that I really dig, that makes me just want to not put it down, get all weird with it. Don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. You got to have some running joke because I said that.
Fine's let me borrow his Main Street, and I really enjoy my time. That's a great knife.
And they have some high-end version too, some S35 VNs and some really nicer versions of it if you want it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is really great knife. What's that?
That's a full size Main Street too, right?
This one here?
Yeah.
What was the question?
That's the full size.
Yes, it's a full size. Yes. Right. So you can see I've got a little extra room down here. I can choke up. You can probably get 2 fingers sort of on there. I mean, it's not bad. I think it's just at 8 or a little over 8 inches or something. So that's a pretty nice knife. I think that's a really nice giveaway for the weekly giveaway here. Any questions about the giveaway here?
I think Hey Nate just gave you a super chat there.
I saw that, man. Hey Nate. Hey yo, Rob. Yo, Knight's Edge. Gotta get that kazoo drippity drip dripping.
He just wanted to hear you say it.
All right, but if I could say it, I always worry I'm going to say something and I'll be like, what did I just say? All right, so hey Nate 704 man, thank you, appreciate that. My kazoo salute to you. All right, here we go. My kazoo salute to you. Thank you, Hate Nate 704. Appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Try to catch my breath on that one. All right, so we're gonna do. Let me just make sure I real quick close that. Let me refresh this. All right, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna show you the desktop. And I gotta move this up again. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller, and this one over here. We'll drag this one over here to the left a little bit, maybe a little bit more. Make this just a little bit bigger so we can see. All right. Then we got.
Say he's got to go. If he wins the giveaway, give it to the Knight's Edge.
Okay, there you go. All right. So Captain Hindsight, member for 1 month, Dirty Knives Enthusiast. Appreciate you being a member for 1 month. Real quick, kazoo salute to you. That cracked a little bit. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for the membership. And then also, yes, we'll give it to the Knight's Edge. Is that what did he say that, or are you just saying that?
No, he said that. This is the first Rob's Live giveaway I have not entered into probably in like a year.
Do you want to go enter? You're not technically, you can enter if you want. You're fine.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Leave it for somebody else.
All right. So so real quick for everybody else, the way you enter is you're going to leave a comment in the giveaway video. So if you notice, I'm going to click onto the live stream right here. This is where we're all at as it loads here in just a second. So you'll see the live stream. There's a link here in the chat over here. You can click on that, or you can scroll down to the bottom, click more. You'll see all these links. This is the giveaway video right here. This is the link to the knife's edge. You see how I said that? Did you even see I typed it in there? The knife's edge. Did you notice that?
I see what you did there.
Yeah, even though it says the knight's edge right there, you see what I did? Yeah. Just for you. But it's the knight's edge, really. It is the knight's edge. This is his YouTube channel, and then right here you can click on the link if you want to save the link, right? So go check them out. But down here you can save yourself to 10% from like original Goat, Skiff Caged Bearings, or thick washers. Rockscale Designs, Scales, BladeBinge Shop, especially when they release some of their BladeBinge Dark Mode new knives. That's for the shop, not for the used sales, right? Fair Monster and Divo Knives, especially with the recent Divo mini growler that came out, and White Mountain Knives. So those are some savings. Affiliate links if you want to use them to help out the channel. Thank you. It doesn't cost you anything extra, but if you don't, no worries. I always appreciate it if you do. All right, so real quick, if you get a chance, hit that like button, as everyone's been kindly asking. So thank you. It does help the channel. And then we're going to go ahead and click on the giveaway video. This is the video that you want to go enter on. When you come over here, get a chance, maybe hit that like button as well. I would appreciate that. We have 166 comments. I don't know if anybody made a comment that was that.
I did enter in just now. I was gonna say I was gonna play for Kathleen Smith if I won.
I think do you have audio going on where you entered?
No, I don't think so.
Because it was echoing a little bit. Did everybody hear the echo?
Echo? No.
It was a little bit, but maybe it's better now. So
I might have that. Well, I just turned it down just in case.
Okay. All right. So we got level on up, member for 10 months, Nerdy Knives enthusiast. Happy birthday, Grandpa. He'll be 97 years young on 1/30. Wow.
That's crazy.
Wow. Is he near where he can hear the kazoo? If he is, I'll give him a special kazoo salute for that, man. That's amazing. That is simply amazing. 97. That's nothing. You don't shake a stick at that. That's pretty cool. So happy birthday to your grandpa. And here's my kazoo salute to you, level on up, and to your grandpa. I did an extra 5 for your grandpa. That's why I did the white kazoo, because I was celebrating your grandpa. I did that unintentionally, just so you know. So happy birthday to your grandpa. And then Legion Steel Knives, thank you for the super chat. Wow. Love your channel, Rob. Here's a little something to help you with the shipping. Well, I appreciate that. Just spent $250 on shipping recently. So yes, I appreciate it. My kazoo salute to you, and thank you. All right, so now we're over here on the giveaway video. You want to leave a comment. Make sure it's PG so YouTube filters don't filter you out. I would avoid emojis. You can do emojis if you want to. That's all you got to do to enter. Got to be 18. I have to ship to the USA. You have to be present to win. You have to say you're here within 60 seconds. And that's it. The other thing is you got to verify who you are. So you got to email me. Let me know who you are. And when you contact me, tell me your name, shipping address, and what you want. Is that pretty simple? Anybody have any questions about that? Does that seem pretty simple to everybody? Do you have any questions? Somebody want me to repeat the rules at least another 32 times?
I think yeah, you never say the rules, man. Jeez.
I never say the rules. Never.
I think I'm about to have to go because my earbuds are starting.
Are they starting to beep? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So if you got to go, man, I appreciate it, Neil. Thanks for being here, man.
I appreciate you having me, man.
Yeah, definitely. So thanks for being here. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to get better at this. So hopefully you'll come back when I'm a little more refined on how to host a guest.
Your unrefined is my 93 octane. So I think you're doing pretty good. I think it turned out pretty good.
Well, you know, just go back and look at your old videos, and you'll be surprised with where you came from to where you're at. It makes you feel like you can look at it and you think, oh, that's not so good, and then you look at your old stuff and you're like, wow, I did get better.
My channel intro video is sideways.
Well, you know, that's
My very first video.
the first one.
Yeah, the first one. It's yeah.
Wow, I can relate. My very first live stream, it totally messed up, and I had to do it with a phone facing down, and it was all crooked and weird, and it was rough. It was rough.
I appreciate you having me, and if I win, I'm playing for Kathleen Smith. So.
Okay, Kathleen Smith, sounds good. Sounds good. All right, well, you have a good night. Thank you, Neil.
Great time.
Appreciate it, man.
See you guys Saturday morning, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, when is your live stream? Saturday mornings at when?
I didn't do one last Saturday, but normally 9:30 a.m. Central Time Saturday morning.
To about noon?
Till about noon, yeah. Sometimes longer.
yeah, I've been there.
Yeah.
So very cool. Very cool. All right, thank you, Neil. The Knight's Edge, go check them out.
All right. Thanks for having me, Rob.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
I'll be here for the giveaway at midnight.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so I'm going to go through the rules real quick for everybody, and if you want to just hang out there, that's fine. But so we're going to go through that. Let me move myself up just a little bit over here, and we'll look at this. All right, so for you guys, what you want to do, you want to come to the giveaway video here. I'm going to refresh this. We have 165 entries real quick. Let's see what we have. 171 entries. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the link right here. It ends in DC1E. And then I'm going to go over here to the comment picker. Oh, good. It's logged in. And then I'm going to go over here and paste that in. We're going to go down here. We're going to one entry. We're going to see total number of comments. What do we have? Did it not paste? What's going on? Hold on. Refresh that again. Duplicates. There we go. That's weird. All right. 172 comments. I was like, what's going on here? All right. 172 comments. Appreciate everyone being here. Thanks for Neil for being here and enjoying the little live stream that my first try at that. So it will get better. And Neil was a great host. He was awesome guinea pig, and I appreciate his patience. So we'll do another giveaway next week, and we're almost at 7,250. So we could be doing 8K, I guess, sooner than I thought, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you guys. We'll see you next week if you guys got to go after this. So I'm going to go ahead and count to 10. If anybody needs more time, what we'll do is go ahead and type in the number 72. Type in the number 72 if you need more time. Anybody just joined, you haven't entered, type in the number 72. There's the 42, Paul. I might appreciate that. And John, the engineer. Everyone ready? I'm going to go ahead and count to 10. So if I don't hear, 72, I'm going to go ahead and go for it. All right. So here we go. All right. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 27, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone. All right, let's see who's the winner tonight. The winner is Drink Water 1776. Drink Water, I saw you here earlier. I hope you're here right now because I'm going to go ahead and start the timer. I think you were here. Please tell me you didn't walk away. Just let me know you're here. Drink Water. Say, me. That's me. I am here. Drink Water, are you here? You just got to say that's you, and then we don't have to redraw. Come on, Drink Water. Be here. Be here. You are the winner. Spam away if you want. Don't let your feed be behind or anything. I hope not. Drink Water, are you here? Is Drinkwater here? Uh-oh. All right, got 20 seconds. I might have to redraw. Drinkwater, are you here? Drinkwater. Please be here. Did he drink too much water and he's in the bathroom? Hopefully not. Come on, Drinkwater. 5. Wait, is that you? Hold on. You did that literally within seconds. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's go back. I'm gonna see. And it just started buzzing. So there you go. Let's see. Drink water. Oh, slow down. Go to the channel. It just needs to say drink water 1776. So a comment. Drink water, congratulations. You are the winner tonight. So you won the concept Main Street, the kazoo, the RNK20, RNK20. I'm dreaming here. Must be dreaming. 7K chip, and then the whole sticker pack. Let me know what color kazoo you want, and if you want me to sign it. If you want me to sign it, no problem. If you don't, I'm totally okay with that. And if I have 7 colors, I don't have blue, but I have a total of 7 different colors you can choose if you want one. I have yellow, pink, purple, green, orange, white. I'm missing some other colors, but those are the ones. Blue. I don't have a blue. No blue. The blues are all gone. So it has to be any other color but blue. Sorry, Drinkwater. Green. All right, green it is. All right, so green one for you. All right, man. Congratulations. You are the winner of tonight's giveaway. So I'm going to move over here and I'm going to put in the email address here in just a second. Let me grab that. And just email me. Even if you've sent stuff to me before, just email me afresh with your name that I'm shipping to, the address, and what you want. I have a lot of emails in my inbox from the 7K and other emails coming from a lot of other people. That will really help me out. Okay. If you would do that, then we're all set. And you said it was the green one. Let me grab the green one real quick. I'll be right back. That way I won't forget that. All right. So I've got the green one. And see, I've already forgotten. You did say you want it signed or no? You say no, right? Sign it. No. Oh wait, that was just in time. Did Drinkwater want it signed? I haven't seen him yet. There's green. You want a Damasteel version? Yeah, I don't have a Damasteel version of the kazoo. That would be cool. If you don't want it signed, that's totally cool. Just let me know if you want to sign. If you want to email me and let me know. If you want to say it here, let me know. I'm cool either way. And everybody who's a brand new channel member, by the way, brand new channel members, this is the email. Brand new channel members, if you've never gotten a channel sticker, if you became a channel member tonight or became a channel member again, you never got a channel member sticker, you never got a chance to ask for one, email me with your name and address. I'll mail you a channel sticker and a little thank you note. All right, it's my way to say thank you. That goes out to everyone. If you've been a channel member all along and you never asked for a channel sticker, as long as you're a channel member right now, you haven't gotten the sticker, I'm more than happy to mail you a channel sticker and a little thank you note. And then finally, anybody who's been a member for a year, especially those who hit their 1-year anniversary, email me as well with your name and address. I will like to send you the 1-year special. This is aluminum laser printed card. This is a sample. I put the nice ones away because this one got dented. So I just leave it out as an example. But I write a little thank you note on this. It is laser engraved. And little thank you for the 1-year anniversary celebration. And I'd like to send you that if you'd let me, to say thank you for being a member for a whole year. All right. So that is what I would do for there. Did Drinkwater say, what did he say about the signature? Did he say? I don't think he said. No? Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to assume, I will assume no signature unless you ask for it. So, because I only do it if, people would like to, and I'm happy to say thank you. It gives me a chance to say thank you again. All right. So real quick, I want to kazoo salute Fred Harrison, member for 1 month, Nerdy Knives enthusiast. Congrats, drink water. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Too sick to say. Too sick to stay. It would help if I could learn how to read, right? Sorry, too sick to stay. Well, Fred Harrison, Fred, what did I do? Fred, Ed Harrison, come on, Robert. What's wrong with you? Ed Harrison, too sick to stay. I hope you feel better, Ed. Are you all right, man? Are you, hopefully get some rest, drink some water, get maybe some chicken noodle soup. My wife made some chicken noodle soup the other day, and boy, that really helped with a little bit of congestion. I really think chicken noodle soup has some superpowers in it, but that's just me. But Ed Harrison, thank you for the 1 month membership. My kazoo salute to you. Congrats to Drink Water. Thank you. Thank you, Ed Harrison, for being a member for a month at Super Nerdy Knives Enthusiast. All right, let me see how far behind am I in comments. Derek, for real. Was that on the stickers? So anybody who emailed me about stickers, I actually did mail out 8 letters of stickers, and I did not reply to your letter saying I mailed them out. I did it for all the packages, but I didn't do it for the stickers. Yes, everybody who asked for stickers, I did mail them. They went out. They should be on their way. Let me go and do that after tonight. I'll let you know. So yes, I did. Surprise him. Okay, so I will surprise him. I will absolutely surprise him. I hope Ed feels better. Drink water. You want a surprise? Jet fuel in a component of regular drinking water. That's not, that would be not so good. Not so good. Good night with all love. Take care. Twist Assist 76. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate you. Have a great evening. Let's see here. Good night. Jeff Hamilton, good night as well. Shalom to you. So let's see here. Rob needs new glasses. I need new glasses. I know. Well, it's because when I click on it, it grays it out over here, and then I forget to look to the right where it's easier to read. I don't know. And I changed everything up for the live stream when we had a guest. I redid a lot of things so I could do the live stream like that. I got to do that a little bit better. I think I got to do that a little bit better. I had it down really, really well, and then I don't know. I felt like my brain just went all like gooey or something, you know. Just in time. Have a good evening. Good night to you. Thanks for being here on the live stream tonight. Just checking to see if you saw my reply here. Legion Steel. I saw your reply. I don't know if Nebsig did, but Nebsig, did you see Legion Steel Knives reply? Derek, for real. Night all. Rob, keep working on your kazoo. We're battling one of these weeks. I hear you. I hear you. It's a tough week. My son is sick. I started getting some congestion, so I went to bed and took my vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin K, and my zinc. I'll tell you, man, I'm not perfect not getting sick, but my sickness doesn't hang around as long as it used to with those vitamins. It's kind of weird. I'm not telling you it's a cure-all, it's a fix or anything, but it does seem to make my body a little stronger to fight things. So I like that. I like that. If you haven't tried them out, I would recommend those vitamins personally. There's actually an Italian Medical Association study on that, both as therapeutic and preventative for viral and bacterial kind of sicknesses. It really does help your body. Your body's able to fight better. All right. Nebsic, Legion Steel, Nebsic did miss that, just so you know. All right. Everyone sending out kisses and fist bumps and all sorts of good stuff. So you have a good night. Thank you for reading it. No problem, Legion. I'm happy to do so. All right. Anybody have any other questions after I did this? Is there, I would love to I'd like to get Meredith on here because I think that would be fun because she was on here and then she started a channel, we all kind of egged her on that night and she did it. And lo and behold, now she has 14,000 people showing up for her live streams. And when you're up there in Hollywood, just remember us wee little people. But I would be honored to have Meredith on before she's too busy to even talk to us. Just giving her a hard time. But yeah, that would be awesome. If you're still up for that, Meredith. All right. Make sure I'm caught up on the comments. Oh, by the way, do you enjoy some banana nut bread? I do. I love banana nut bread. Matter of fact, I've got like 14 bananas frozen in the freezer that I keep hoping somebody makes some banana nut bread. So yes, I do. It is one of my favorite. I love bananas and I love banana nut bread. So yes, I'm all for that. If that's a little hint that maybe banana nut bread might be coming my way, I would be super grateful and blown away and excited for that. So yes. All right. Let's see here. I skipped over to watch your video on the knife. Okay. Which one did you watch? The most recent one, the Les George one? Or did you watch the fixed blade one? I think that one's really cool too. All right. So I'm going to put Drink Water's knife away and put it back in the box. I think this is a really nice little knife. I really like this concept. There's a few concepts that really stand out to me. This one, there's another one that I really, really liked. I haven't handled it in quite a while, but those are, I like these. Sometimes Concept has some very out there designs, and I think they're cool, but they're not always my cup of tea. But these knives here, these are really cool. I like that they're a little more subdued, like I am. I'm kind of boring. I admit it. All right, so let me put the poker chip in there. And this is all thanks to Hoffy. Hoffy's the one who helped print these out for the big 7K giveaway. I am totally blown away by that. I think it's awesome. Super, super awesome. And I'll put this up one more time until I get all the knives out for the new channel members. Oh, too much. Trying to level that out. There we go. All right. So we're doing a little weird background because we're doing guests tonight. So if the things look a little different, there's reason for that. All right. And put the chip in there. I'm gonna put that over there. Make sure I sign the kazoo and we'll be all set. All right. So I have to ask, what new things are you thinking about? So I think Meredith, you were talking about the Magpul knife. Did you get to handle it at SHOT Show? I'm kind of curious if you got to handle that at SHOT Show. Hey, Paul, I might have a great week. Have a good evening. Appreciate you being here as always. Thank you, sir. Let me go over here and put in the comments. And my fixies I got to carry this week. These are my two new ones. I'm really digging these. This used to be the only one I used to carry, but that's changed. I'll bring that over. And I just absolutely love this thing. It's so brilliant. Just look at how that just fits in there perfectly. I think it's amazing. Now this is mine, but we're going to be doing a giveaway. Hoffy donated another QSP. This is the first one that started the whole thing, my whole slip joint thing. And you guys know when I got into this, so I kind of keep a hold of that one. Email sent. All right, thank you. I drink multivitamin D and turmeric. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Multivitamin. Now, if you guys haven't, if you didn't know, and I actually saw this in another medical paper, vitamin K helps your body absorb the vitamin D. So they recommend, like, on once you're in a steady state, take 5,000 IUs of vitamin D, and that sounds like a lot. Person my size is probably 7,000 to 8,000 IUs per day. And then vitamin K allows the vitamin D to be absorbed into the body a little bit better. Zinc also helps, and then vitamin C. All those together really allow your body to give a good chance to fight. All right, I will definitely send some over. Then you can enjoy some fresh bread. LOL, Rob's Nerdy Knives. Also, I'm ready when you are for me to come on live. All right, very cool, very cool. Let me email you, and maybe we could do it a couple of weeks or a few weeks from now, if that works for you, if you're available. Concept OEM work is good. I just don't like most of their in-house designs. That's what I struggle with. The Main Street I liked the look of it, but of course it wasn't an in-house design, right? It was who's the guy? I know it is. Oh, I know who it was. Who's the one who designed it? Come on, Robert. Now I have to look. Sorry. It's I talked about it. We were talking about it here. Yeah, Pinkerton. It's Pinkerton Designs, right? Is it Dan Pinkerton? Is it Dan Pinkerton or something like that? I think I can't remember, but yeah, that's a really nice one. Some of their stuff is it's not that it's just over the top for me, and I get there's a whole there's a whole group of people who love that, and that I'm cool with that. I just because I don't like something doesn't mean something shouldn't exist, right? I mean that's incredibly egocentric if I thought that. I don't think that at all. It just means it's not for me, right? And that's fair because there's some things I like that's not for anybody else, and that's fair too, right? Everyone has a right to have their own. Dirk Pinkerton. Thank you. I knew it sounded familiar. Thank you, BFinger. I always say BFinger, but I know that stands for something, and I'm so terrible with remembering that. Dragoon LSK, me either. But that one screams pocket meat. It does. Yeah, that Dirk Pinkerton is he does some nice stuff. He's kind of like in the sense of the aesthetics being clean and functional, he's kind of like what I think of like a Ray Laconico. Very different, but in that line, you know what I mean? At least for me, that's the way I look at it. It's an aesthetic I dig. Kathleen Smith, have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. And everybody else who's heading out. 8050, the Sheepdog Richlight with polished blade looks like it costs way more than it does. Both the aluminums due to the brass 3V. Ever heard of Brazos or Barkeep? Maybe just a good polish. Okay, fair enough. The 8050. What's the 8050? Is that like Andrew Demko, or is that a different type of one? Sorry, I always when I see AD, I think of Andrew Demko for some reason. The marketing manager of Magpool is a friend of mine. Oh, and is having the knife people call me to find some reviewers for the. Hey, would you consider sending him my way? I would love to check that out. I am all about checking something cool because here's the reality. I have Magpool on a lot of my pew-pews. And some of my long pew-pews for longer pew-pews. You know what I mean? So I use Magpool. I'm very familiar with them. And I like their stuff already, but I'd love to check out a knife. I've heard good things about that it's not just a really expensive, really high quality kind of manufacturer, and then they buy some cheap knife. I heard it's actually supposed to be really nice because it's injected, steel injected. Even Jonathan McNeese, they were talking about it on his podcast, and it was very positive. So I was very excited about that. Now, Jonathan McNeese, being an ex-Marine, he's very much into Magpool as well. So I thought that was cool. But yeah, man, if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I can get it into a couple of different pass arounds if they want it to go to a pass around. I can be strategic in who I send it to in a pass around, because sometimes the challenge with a pass around, to be fair, and I'm not trying to dog it, but sometimes some pass arounds, it can get lost in a pass around where it may get stuck for a month and a half at one person. And then sometimes when people have something they're trying to expose quickly, there's usually, we have certain people we reach out to and say, hey, we're really trying to get some quick exposure on this. It's pretty cool. Would you mind taking a look and passing along? And that kind of goes a little faster, right? So, and I'm just trying to be fair, because sometimes you have brand new people who join a pass around and they don't understand how it should only be like 7 to 10 days and you should then send it out. They don't always get that. Got you on the list along with MPG EDC. Well, thank you. LOL for long pew activities. Yeah, you know what I mean. Could be something like, are you 15 yet? How about that? Are you 15? I'm not 15. I'm much older. But you know what I'm talking about when I say, are you? Anyways. Dan, no, got 2 boys for Christmas, to buy Christmas presents for. I was hoping to have my money by the 30th to get one, but I might have heat tomorrow if that tells you anything. Oh man, that's tough. That's my bad, Robson. We can call it Adventure 50, 80, 50. Adventure 50. Oh, it's acronym for Adventure 50. Well, that'd be cool if there was an 80-50 Andrew Demko 50, right? And Adventure 50 was the first one to check it out. That'd be kind of cool, right? Pinkerton did the Kaiser Critical. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Let me scroll here. I'm thinking I'm missing a few comments, and if I have, I'm sorry. Good night, Mullen. Hey, Mullen Bay, appreciate being here. Thanks for joining tonight. Did y'all like the guest thing? How'd that go? Did you enjoy that? I like talking to people about knives. I have no problem talking about knives all night long. And there's a lot of things I like to talk about knives because I live with my wife, and she's not into talking about knives like I am. And my boys are right now at the age where they're not into talking to their dad, period. So, there's that. My oldest, who wants to talk to me, he's working so much. So it's at, what is it? Cats in the Cradle with a Silver Spoon, Little Boy John and the Man in the Moon. That whole song about, what you're going to do then. He's already grown up. Anyways. I will say that everyone sees MIM in parts in their daily lives. Lots of it stainless. Yeah. No problem, man. All that matters is I can try to hold it. Oh, that's cool. 10 days. That's awesome. That's awesome. Everything from small parts and usually require machining like gears and such as high wear, load bearing parts, suspension components. Yeah, absolutely. And they tend to be a much higher steel, and there's a different DLC that's done on the pew-pews that's much higher quality than sometimes people do on knives, even though some people will do the same quality on a knife, but typically on the pew-pews, it's a much better, higher grade DLC. Yeah. Okay. Only shot shows happen. You can say on a live, I say it many times. You don't need to say pew pew. I'm sure I can. I guess I'm in the old school where people got misconstrued with that. So I do it just to be safe. Because there tends to be a lot more family mixed people here, and if someone joins and they don't know what we're talking about, it could be taken out of context. So I do that. Call me old fashioned, fuddy duddy, whatever, it is what it is. But I appreciate that. If we weren't doing a live stream, I would have no problem calling each one of them what they are, right? They already got, I already highlight that. Rob, that's likely due to the temp. Oh, absolutely, Nebsig. That's absolutely due to the temp. That's the whole part of that higher end DLC. It's so it can handle the high temperatures, right? Just like anytime you use certain oils that are made for certain guns, like you need a much higher friction gun oil for like an RU-15s, things. You know what I mean? Those need a much higher heat resistant sort of oil, and that's where nano oil actually is made. Their 85 nanoate oil is actually made for the RU-15s. The Magpul Barricade stop uses a combo of two. Their MIM metal shop over the molded M-lock mount. Yeah, I heard about the M-lock. I want to see what that's all about. Is that the one that kind of comes up a little bit, right? It's on the back. It looks like it almost looks like the AD-15. You know what I'm talking about? The Andrew Demko AD-15, where it has that little bar that pulls up, but it's not. It's kind of like the reverse of it, right? You know what? We could just take a look, right? I think I can still share here without killing the whole live stream. Let's see if they have a place for it yet, right? Magpul knives. Let's see if they have them here. Is this it? Metal injection molding. But I want to look at the knives. Is this where? I just don't want to go somewhere where it gets misinterpreted. They have knives here? I don't know if it was listed on their site yet, right? Because it's kind of new still. No, there's nothing there. Does anybody know if it's maybe on Instagram? The metal injection molding. So Apple on a lot of their stuff used metal injection molding. And matter of fact, I remember the first metal injection molding thing that Apple talked about. I still happen to have. It's the little SIM ejector, the little SIM ejector that you can get. That is metal injection molding right there. And I will tell you, I have used this in a lot of things, and this little piece of metal is very strong, surprisingly strong. Blade HQ is exclusive to, so that's why Blade HQ is listed there. Okay, so let me go back to that. All right, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. So there we go. Is this the same one? Oh, it is. Okay, hold on. What do we have for a picture? Oh, okay. So how does the lock mechanism work? Let's look at the knife again. So is this a release? Is it sort of like a crossbar lock, but not? Is that what this is right here? This is the release button. But is it? It's not locked in where you can, but you can still use the flipper, right? Oh, I always need a little time to recover from my purchases. I totally understand that. Yeah, either that or I have to sell a few things to be able to recover, right? It's a rail mounting surface interface. So that's what this little piece right here. Let's zoom in on it. Can I zoom in a little more? Okay. So this right here, all right, and then that's the release. Where does engage? Okay, so that's the engagement over there, and there's a lock right there. Okay, here's the blade. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. That's different. All right, and then you've got the liners. Yeah, this looks really interesting. Looks really, really interesting. It's like a slide axis. That's what I was wondering. That's what, because that's what I'm seeing with without the Omega spring, right? And it looks like this bar over here that I can't really see looks like probably has some sort of tension on it. Maybe right here. I'm guessing. No? Where's the tension coming from? Or is it the way it engages with this part here? This would be the lock engagement right here. Doesn't look like it engages with the tang necessarily, does it? I can't tell. Anyways, hey, happy knife. Have a great evening. Thanks for being here tonight. That half moon is the locking surface. This, you're talking about this right here, this locking moon right here on the blade itself. Look at the exploded. Yeah, that's the one I was looking at. It's a slide axis. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I like a new lock. I like to see that because you never know. Sometimes it's brilliant and it changes the whole industry, right? Like the shark lock. You know, that was new. You know, the Snex lock. What else? You know, button lock when it first came out years ago. Then you have, well, I mean, remember the whole integral frame lock? I mean, that was like, oh, revolutionary. And then the compression lock. If I have to say it, please, unalive with me, with a pretty naff, and the arch nemesis will do. Please don't use S&W on me, please. Yeah, don't use a Smith & Wesson or a Mech Force. Do you want a Mech Force? That would be, I think that would be equivalent to me, at least. Not Mech Force. Mech Force is actually the one that's semi-custom. I'm thinking of another one. Oh my gosh. They'd have to pump a ton of current in that soup to avoid cast and deionizing. Well, that's the whole thing. You're talking about when they're doing the metal injection molding. They've come down. The science behind that is pretty amazing. A lot of the iPhone cases nowadays, a lot of the steel cases and components are metal injection molding. So it's something that's been around for a while now. It's very commercialized now, very commercialized, and there is some questions about how well and when it's done well that it can compete with like almost forged and other steels. It's pretty amazing. MechTech, that's what it is. Thank you. MechTech. I was thinking of that really cheap one. Yeah, thank Dirty Dan. Yep. Caltech too. Sure, why not? 100%. 100%. Hey, happy knife. I said good night, but just in case I didn't say it and you didn't hear me, good night. Have a great evening, man. Thanks for being here tonight. It is you don't look at it and go, oh, that's a looker. I agree. But here's the thing. The first time I ever looked at Spyderco, I was like, oh, I don't like that. But my son really liked it. And I thought, I'm going to check it out because I want to buy him a knife when he graduates. And then I started handling it. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't know if it's the same. It looks like, I don't know. Let's see. What's the price? What are they asking for it? Hold on. Let me just zoom back. $189. So that's probably, what's the scale? Does it tell you what the scales are? A flat and hollow. Wait, that's a hollow grind? Okay. Wait, what is MVN S35? What's MVN S35? All right, Legion Steel Knives. You are, a knife maker. Can you let me know what MVN S35 is? Is that similar to S35 VN? Is that a different variant of S35 VN? Okay. Oh, I see. So that's what's going to engage the lock over there. Gotcha. Okay. It's Magpool's metal injection molding S35 VN. Oh, so this is the metal injection molding, the blade itself, not just the components. I think I heard that, but I guess it never registered. I just assumed the metal was regular steel blade, and I assumed it was all the rest of the parts were metal injection molding. Ah, okay. I made an assumption there, and my assumption was wrong. I assumed, and I did make, out of me. That's cool. Yeah, I'm very curious. I'd love to see Laren Thomas do an analysis on it and slice it and see how well the carbides and austenites and everything forms in there when it settles, and how fine is the grain. I mean, could this be potentially even better than powdered metallurgy? I don't know. It'd be interesting because, if you get metal injection molding superheated and quickly inject it without having, wouldn't you still have to heat treat though? I don't know. The blade is molded with a compound grind, hollow belly, flat leading edge. Okay. The scales are Magpul polymer. Oh, so it's like they're polymer. Okay. Is it the 3D printed polymer that they use like the Glocks? The metal bits are regular MIM, and the blade is MVN 35. Wow, that's a lot of cutting edge tech. And isn't it made in the USA? Isn't this made in the USA too? Hope this translates well into blades and bring down the price. You know what? We'll see. We'll see. Like Dirty Dan says, we shall see. I'm all for giving it a shot, right? I mean, heck, they gave Laren Thomas a shot at MagnaCut, and that revolutionized the industry. It's not because it's like this perfect steel. It's just a really good steel, easy to work with, has a lot of properties, very desirable for both the manufacturer and the end user. And so that's what made MagnaCut so desirable. It's not like we're on Star Trek and it's crystal aluminum. Right? We're not saving the whales and creating, glass aluminum. Yeah, every bit. Oh, that's interesting. That is really interesting. I'd like to look at more of that technology. That sounds very interesting. So Jonathan McNeese on the Knife Freak show on his podcast, he was talking about it, and he said, he's like, oh, this is kind of new stuff. He goes, I like the old stuff. And then he did make the comment. He goes, well, we now get these slabs and plates of steel that we cut out and then we grind down. It used to be everyone used to forge that and hammer it out. So we did improve that process. I mean, if we could improve the process even more, I mean, that's cool. And it could bring prices down and make something better. It could maybe align the molecular structure and the austenites and all the different properties within the steel, because to me, I guess metal injection molded you'd probably be dealing with plasma and really super excited states of steel, which means the molecular bonds and how you line them up. There's just a lot of things you could do, because it's probably a combination of, look at my brain just go, metal injection molding. I would imagine it's like super high plasma heat with probably a lot of magnetic alignment of molecular structure, just different things that you're doing to make it happen. I'm guessing. Easy to ruin before melted together. Certainly. Just like most really high-end, super crazy stuff is. You right? That's yeah, that's for sure. The blade shrinks as the melt and mixture comes together in a uniform metal. The mixture is first held together by a kind of binder, and then they remove it before heating and heat treat. It's very brittle. Oh, before heat treat. So you have to, the heating and the heat treat, the heating and heat treat is what takes the brittleness out. Well, that's very similar. When I was checking out the Bulldog last year at Blade Show Texas, Les from TRM, I was checking it out. He had just finished assembling the very first one, and he didn't want anybody flipping it hard because he hadn't heat treated, because that steel was very fragile. If you flipped it really hard, you could break the blade. So that sounds kind of similar. It may not be, but to me, it sounds similar. Can I share a personal anecdote about Magpul product support? Sure. I know from what I've heard, it's outstanding. Simply outstanding. Oh, real quick, I saw BF Injure. You said they shoot for berry compliance in every item. Isn't that a military grade compliance? Hold on, I got to look it up. That sounds familiar. I just do IT. I don't do manufacturing, so we'll look that up. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yep. That has a lot to do with DoD. Yep. There we go. DoD. Yeah. Yeah. I'm very familiar with that. I don't do I support all the tools that support manufacturing and stuff like that. So yes, I'll just leave it at that. I can't talk more about it. In 2007, I bought 10 first gen PMags. Okay. They were packed in my gear for NTCN Fort Irwin. Okay. Were you deployed with them? They didn't fail, did they? I hope not. You don't want to be deployed and have failure. That's one of the reasons why with my SIGs, I only get SIG mags, right? I don't do non-SIG mags because some of the non-SIG mags aren't great. I got an email from Magpul that there was a mold error on a Gen 1 P mags and we're sending out replacement mag bodies. The need is for me to send the 10 bodies back. I mean, you're still, when you're at Fort Irwin, that means I'm assuming you were still active, right? And you were probably deployable at that point. I said they'd gone to California and would be back with me after a month's rotation. Yep. So you're deployed, or at least you were on assignment. They sent the bodies with the shipping label and the sending the bodies when I got home. So because you're active duty, California's cool with that, right? Because they get all weird with civilians. That kind of gives you an exception, right? I assume. That's cool. I mean, that's fair. And heck, if I was Magpul, that's a great commercial. That's a great testimony, right? I mean, if the people who are putting their putting their lives on the line and they're using the product, you can't get better testament than that. The 10 mags performed perfectly for a month of the NTC rotation and the Mojave Desert in Eastern California. Oh, Mojave Desert too. So that was high heat, high stress. That's cool. No fault to the mags whatsoever. Before your next M-Lock purchase, slap yourself with a cactus sandwich and check out Kinetic Development Group. Yeah, they're supposedly much better than metal mags. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that. I have a Magpul. I don't know what you want to call it. What can I say here? Grip and shoulder mount for a particular long pew pew. And I tell you, I have a bipod on there, and I have all my attachments for my magnifier and my red dot. I have a 2 MOV red dot on there, and that works really nicely. Really nicely. All right, Ed, have a good shower, man. I told you as much as in the letter when I returned the bodies, the replacement are still in my regular use rotation over 15 years later. There you go. That's awesome. That's cool. Last week, the P365 AGX Macroscope Tech, nice, but not up to speed with it yet. Okay. So you have a TAC ops scope. Is that the one with the heat? The infrared heat? Or is that just is that the magnifier and it's not the red dot now. Some of them are now using the it's a way more advanced. It's like the crosshair with a red dot. Some of them have different settings, right? Yeah, and I hear that level on up. The reason why they're better is because of the expansion and contraction of the metal. There's less stress and less fatigue that occurs. It can handle that better. The TAC ops is just an XL slide, no comp. Yeah. Got any custom pew pews? I built one long gun and building a second one. I need to build one. I bought them, but I need to build one. I'd like to go from scratch, piece by piece. There was a while there where I was going to do it, and then I kind of stopped because I thought we were getting into a weird part of our society, and it would be a good time to not acquire purchases if certain things didn't change within the ATF, because I felt like I would have a target on me. So I was trying to I have enough. I felt they could all be lost in a boating accident. That'd be fine. What with the Shield Plus they had in stock over there was a P365. I had to wait weeks to be in stock. Very happy so far. That's cool. Also ordered a dozen original Magpols Gen 1 MIAD and the MI80 that I used during years of deployment into Iraq, still on my regular 16 in AR. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I'm over here feeling cool with my airsoft pew pew. Hey, Dirty Dan, I will tell you that SIG sells some really nice airsoft pew pews that are tactical. They'll do a P320 and a P365 airsoft, and I think they have some in the long rifle too. I mean, it's more meant to be, close contact side kind of training, whereas, just to make sure you're somewhat presentation, you're not really sighting in. It's more like you're presenting within a second or less kind of thing, and then seeing if you're on target as you present. That's how I would use them. Okay, I would never use them for anything more than that. At least that's me. All right, it's not loading over here. Come on, load. There we go. My experience is great with M&P 10 millimeter. Okay, but dang, the MSG design is crap. 180 grain drops the mag when cycling every mag, all 8 of them. Dan, I have a SIG. That's nice. It's polymer, but solid stuff. I've always wanted to get one of the Legion ones. The only problem is on my 320 and my 365 XL, I get rid of the beaver tail because I got a little bit of a belly when I carry, and the beaver tail digs. And so when it's the polymer, it's easy to gunsmith that, right? It's the Legion ones you can't. You'd have to custom that. It wouldn't be anything I could do. And I know some people are like, oh, they love the beaver tails, and it's most important. I had a 1911, and I tell you, that thing was ridiculously accurate. I had a friend who had a Wilson Combat 1911, and I could only shoot that a few times, and I had to only because that was way too amazing to shoot. You know what I mean? I have so many knives, but no pew pews yet. Hey, it'll come. It'll come. I always recommend start off with something that's solid. Go to the range, do your training, understand proper care, know your rules. Treat. I always treat. When as a safety officer on the range, I know the NRA training that we have to go through, and you have to word it that way. But when I teach my kids or anybody else, I always go through it differently. I do it as one constant motion. Get that down, repeat, slow, methodical, and repeat. That'll lead to efficiency and speed. So I think there's a Air Force saying for that, and I can't remember it, but they came up with something. It's used in different branches, but I heard it first in the Air Force, a colonel that I talked to. Honestly, I'm not sure I've noticed the tail on the 365 AGX grip. I'll check it tomorrow. So the reg, if it's not an XL, it won't have a tail. It'll be fine. It's the XL that has it's a long enough it sticks out, right? And that it bothered me because the way I do at 2 o'clock, I carry at 2 o'clock IWB. And so that after a while kind of digs in. I mean, there's things I could do, right? There's, certain custom holsters you can get that can help with that, but I didn't want to have to work around it. S&W 500 mag, the 7 GR slugs. So you like the what is the hole punch shots? Everybody always shoots is 10 mil, right? I shoot 9. I have a 380 because my wife, she's smaller and had wrist surgery, so I've got to give something that. So I do the M&P, easy, Gen 2, and that one works really well for her. And so I make it a tactical around the house so that it's easy access. But if she picked it up, she could use it if she had to defend herself in the home. Yeah. So MPG EDC, my rules are, okay, the way I do it, and I don't know if I can say this, I hope it doesn't get me demonetized, but we'll try. So the way I teach at the range first time, when anybody comes up to it, it says, treat the gun laws as a motion. As you reach for the gun, the first thing you have to think about as you reach for it is that it's always loaded. As you reach, always think it's loaded. Then the first thing you do is you put your hand on it. You never put your hand on the trigger. So that's the second thing. So you present the finger across usually around the barrel. You don't put it on the trigger, right? Then that's the second one. Then as you pick it up, you never aim it at anybody because you never aim at anything you don't intend to hit. So you never aim it, right? And then when you present, you're ready to execute that pew pew. You always have to be aware of what's in front of you, what's in front of your target, behind your target, left and right of your target, because there's always a lawyer at the end of every bullet. So those are how I treat the action for my son and everything like that. And it kind of follows the NRA, but it's in the wrong order the way they teach it. I don't like the way they teach it. The N82 tactical holsters, they're very comfortable for heavier folks. I actually use Vetter holsters. I like a lot. I have quite a few of those. Actually, I have some for when I have tactical lights, some when I have non-tactical lights, depending on what I'm carrying. There's a lot of great holsters out there, and I bet they're all amazing. I did Vetter because they're veteran owned out of Florida, and I like them. And they have a deep carry clip that allows for a heavier person like me to be very, very comfortable. And I can cant it very much like I want to. But I bet those are all amazing holsters too. There's quite a few holsters I wanted to check out. But after I've bought like 15 or 20, I'm like, I can't justify buying another one. Then I got into knives, and that kind of, I feel like I have enough there for now. Boy, I hope I don't have to cut all the rest of this live stream out because what we're talking about. We'll see. If I suddenly become unavailable for a few days, you'll know that we probably shouldn't have these conversations. The Black Arch holsters are good. Okay. Yep. Those are all good things that Meredith is talking about. If you came to any range, I always keep an eye out for brand new shooters, and we always provide immediate training with them, basic safety. I've only ever had to kick 2 people out. There was one lady, she was there with her husband. She wouldn't listen to anybody. And she had a revolver, and she turned her back, just waving it like she loaded gun with her finger almost on the trigger, doing like a 90-degree turn at multiple people. She did it a second time, and then she was asked never to come back. And when I explained it to her, I'll just say her husband was not happy. So anyways, Some people don't get it. They don't understand what that means. They don't understand why. And I don't know how else to put it. Oh, they're made in Utah, MPG EDC. Okay, Nebsig, Black Arch holsters. All right. The Black Arch holsters. I drink water. When I had to buy a bigger safe, I figured it was a good time to stop buying more. Yeah. Gunner hijacking the level, the stream. Hey, we were talking about the what is it? This right here. This looks interesting. I'm kind of curious. I can't wait to get to check it out. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, absolutely. Everything should always be treated. Never treat it. Because here's the thing. Even if you checked it, you put it down, you turn around, and you come back to it. If there's anybody in the room, you have no idea what they did. You don't. And I've seen it. I've seen it in the range where that actually occurred. Someone went, they did a treat, they went away. The other guy picked up, put something in there, and he was about to do it. And the other guy came over, and then you just put it back down with the slide back, but he put something in the chamber, like normal how you load before you put it back in if you want to keep one in the chamber. And so the guy went over, he dropped it, and I was like, hey, there's one live in the chamber. And the guy's like, what? He goes, there's one live in the chamber. And he dropped, put it back and ejected. And he was like, what? Because I just cleared that. And he goes, yeah, your buddy was putting one in. I was like, oh, and he like looked at him like, dude, you can't do that. And it's like, that's why you check it every time, no matter what. Can never assume. Yep, absolutely, 1%. That is the number one rule. That's why when I on the range, anybody, especially with kids, I would say your action. I said treat it as one flowed action. As you reach for it, what's the first thing your mind says as you reach? It's loaded. The next thing you do as you hand starts to touch the thing, what's the next thing you always do? No finger on the trigger. And then as you pick it up, what's the next thing you got to do? Don't point at anything you don't intend to shoot or destroy, right? And then what's the last thing you do? When you actually present, you're ready to, you acquired your target, then you have to be aware of what's to the left, to the right, behind, and even in front of your target. You always have to be aware. That's the 4 rules in a nutshell. And you do it as one single action. Always think of it as you're flowing. I've noticed that for kids and for that new shooters, they really like that. Hey, I actually we have a couple of friends that are from Florida. They are both full certified NRA licensed instructors and everything, and they met I think they were met at the gun range or something. And that's not the first time I've heard that. Uh on a shell. Oh, hey, Roman M. Did you get one of the Proteons? Did you win one of those? Congrats, man. One of the skeletonized? That looks really nice. Did you see Spyderco even coming out with skeletonized versions? And how about that Sage 6 with the compression lock with the button that's like it's like the smock? It's like everyone asked for that forever. And then when the license went out, everybody did it. And they're like, oh, maybe we should do that. Yeah, you should have. Yeah, that's cool. If you guys haven't seen that, let's see. Prince Custom Knives. There's the first one. Oh. he had, is it over here where he had to drop? There it is, drop 24. So this is the one you got, right? Wait a second, that looks a little different. Hold on. Oh, look. I'm just trying to compare it to mine. What is different? No, it's the same. Oh, okay, that's the same. Wait, he might have changed the fuller a little bit, or did he? No. Oh, the pivot is different. So he's got a new design on the pivot. Okay. What's going on with the standoff? Oh, that's the hidden hardware. Okay. Nice. That's nice. BFNger, 40% off. Nice. I'm jealous. That's really cool. Server 7, your lock bar is sliding on me. Which knife are you talking about? Oh yeah, there's a lot of pew talk here. Absolutely. I think it's a nice looking knife. So just so you know, mine had the same acid wash, but I started polishing up. I polished the scales a little bit because I put this time. Princeton, he was selling some of the Timascus clips, so I put this on there. So I wanted the rest of the knife to kind of match a little bit. So then I used a little bit of Flitz and my Dremel just to kind of make it look a little more polished. And that's kind of along the line some of his other releases he has. I think. So, like this one's more polished over here. This is another skeletonized, but this one's polished. And there's the blade over there. This one was kind of interesting. It's kind of a plain Jane, simple one. Kubi, okay, so it's leaning hard to the right. So server 7, have you taken it apart before? And if you haven't, sometimes what I do with anything you have really off center, there's a few things, right? If all the screws are tight, like reasonably tight, right? And everything looks just together, nothing's loose, the pivot's not loose, then I would take it apart and reassemble it. That's the first thing. And make sure everything sets well. And then make sure everything fits together well, like pins and scales and space bars and standoffs and stuff like that. Sometimes things aren't set just right. The screw didn't go in the right direction. Maybe you cross-threaded something, you didn't even notice it. And so redo that. Check your washers. If it has washers on the cage bearings, make sure if there's supposed to be cage washers on both of them. Maybe you don't have two washers on the same one on the same side and didn't realize it. There's all sorts of little things like that, and that sometimes can fix it. But then there's always a centering trick you can do too after that. Yeah, this is a pretty plain Jane version. I mean, it's nice. And if you like just the plain Jane, that's it. And then you have something a little more a little fancy here with the more milling. Mine has the diamond milling pattern on there. And then you can see over here, right? And then you can actually see the milling on the blade itself. Well, it all depends on MPG EDC. How do you carry it, right? Some people buy those skeletonized and it's a collector's piece. Everything I own, I carry. So skeletonized is interesting too skeletonized is almost too much for me personally. But it doesn't mean I don't like the idea. I just worry, can I get my fingers in there? That's my only worry. I want to make sure I can't get in there. And then I always have a pocket that's a knife only. Nothing else in there. No pen, nothing else in there. All right. Good night, BF. Appreciate you being here, man. Have a great evening. Thanks for joining the live stream. And I hope you have a great evening. Hey, Ed, were you talking about, were you hunting your first deer that you were able to take care of? Dragoon? It is not silly. If you know my channel, you know everything I talk about. And I stay true to this. I have one Safe Queen. It's my dad's knife he bought before World War II. It's almost 100 years old. Every one of my brothers wants it. All of my kids want it. And it's probably not a very valuable knife, but it's a meaningful knife, right? And being so old, and my dad bought it when he was in the Danish Boy Scouts in Norway before World War II, it's a meaningful knife. Every other knife I carry. If I don't carry, it becomes a catch and release. And there's some knives in my collection that I notice that I'll pick up and I'll never carry. And when I notice that, then I usually sell them. And if I can't get a reasonable sell price for them, or if it's a nice that I feel like I think a lot of people would enjoy, and it'd be maybe a giveaway knife, right? But I've had customs where I've sold them. So I thought my duckling was going to be that, but I gave it one more shot. I tuned this thing. I bought this. It had a little run mark. I don't know if you can see it right here. It has a little run mark on here and a little run mark on here. So I got this knife at low cost, what they sell new. But I've always thought that I might polish this at some point, and I might lightly polish the top of the milled scale, just to kind of give it a contrast. Before that, you had so many people. If you won't forget the roots, I appreciate that. Thank you, Meredith. I always appreciate you remembering the wee little people here. I think a lot of people got into knives. Do you know that Grabber, whatever, the guy who does the Lamia, he started making fixed blades during COVID. He was kind of into knives always, but he started making them. And then next thing you know, he started making a folder, and things took off from there. Oh, I agree with you. The Asgard was definitely a work knife. I had the option to keep that knife and not do a giveaway, but I don't know. I just felt like it was too important. I wanted to get the word out about their knife. I wanted everybody to know experience. I wanted to get a little hype for them. They've been so kind to allow me to check the knife out during the prototype that to me, it was like a no-brainer situation to make it all about Legion Steel, right? So it's definitely a knife that I would absolutely be like using. That's for sure. Dragoon LSK. Are you talking about the duckling? So every one of my knives, including all of my custom knives, are knives I can use and carry. If it's not comfortable. So here's one thing. I had a really nice knife at one point when I was closing it and it would drop. It kept cutting my finger no matter what. I couldn't figure it out. And I didn't like that. And so eventually I said, okay, it's a catch and release. If I can't figure that out, it kind of loses the ability for me to keep it. Chef Rocky, what's up, suckers, man? Love to you and yours. Appreciate you being here this evening. How are you, Chef Rocky? Do you have a good evening at work? Make any delicious meal? How's that? Last time I spoke to you, you had some really fancy new knife that you got for your work. How's that knife been working out? It's been a while ago. I think it's maybe half a year ago, but wondering if that's were you happy with it? It was one of the really nice Japanese knives, I thought. Oh, it was a great granddad's Calmalus or Camios? I don't know that knife. So it wasn't a Utzler, it was something else? Macusta Corliss Damascus 88 layers. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. I remember you talking about that. Has it served you well? It cuts air. I love that. It cuts air. Yeah. Like literally you can cut a little pocket and there's no air in there because it's so slicey. It's kind of like those knives that cut the universe. You can go into an alternate universe. Hey, Ryan927 becoming a channel member, man. Appreciate that. Let me big kazoo salute if I can find my kazoo here. Appreciate that. Now, as a new channel member, real quick, email me at Rob's Nerdy Knives. Yeah, I'll put it up here just for you. Email me at Rob's Nerdy Knives, your name and address. I'd love to mail you a channel sticker. And I'd also a little thank you note. It's my way to say thank you. And then you're now eligible for the once a month members giveaway, just so you know. But my kazoo salute to you. Welcome to Rob's Nerdy Knives. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Dragoon US made cameras, I bet. Okay, I dropped Excalibur twice above my thumbnail and it didn't learn for the first time. Directions weren't clear. Lots of blood. Ooh. So that's the one thing I like about this, for at least for me. I have found this one stops really well on the finger choil. And I like that. But I always break it high. Right? I'm up. I don't know if you can see that. My thumb is up high. Ooh, there we go. It's up high here. So when I drop it, it's coming down with the finger on the choil. So that's how I get around that one. If I don't do that, yeah, I could absolutely see that. I have a few knives that even that doesn't work. So like, for instance, my new Cypress, it drops right there. It's technically cleared the ramp, but it's such a long ramp, a little bit like the Prince Customs or like a Sheer Gorf. You got to just do a gentle little drop and then it goes down, right? But that's what I've learned on that one. It's just kind of a bummer. I have my Excalibur, Chef Rocky. I got the first ones. You do have Chinese New Year, and Chinese New Year usually lasts about a week and a half. So everything's going to be delayed by at least a week and a half. That's typical for China Chinese New Year. Unfortunately, I don't know if anything is going to get hung up because of the potential of tariffs. I hope that's not. I don't think that would be the case. I think it's Chinese New Year. Terrence Funderburr, well, been lurking on TV all night, but gotta go to Mimi's night all. Well, have a great evening, Terrence, man. Appreciate you being here. Thanks for joining. Ed, Oh, let me jump down there. I believe so. I wanted to take it to Blade Show Atlanta and see if someone there could look and maybe tell. Which is that? The Dragoon. Which is the one that your wife has again? I'm trying to see. I think I might have missed that. What you're talking about. Must have missed that. My Max Ace Draco got hung up because of the Chinese New Year. I emailed them and asked them. That's what they told me. It would ship after February 5th. Ooh. I could tell you. So I'm not trying to make anybody really bummed, but when I got my Model T from Finland, I didn't realize the EU has a tariff tax on the US. I had to pay an additional $65 to UPS to pay to the EU to keep this knife. I hope that's not the case in February for these Chinese knives that have already shipped. I don't know if it matters when it arrives in the US or when it ships out of China. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I'm not trying to be negative, but I hope that's not the case, because the new administration did talk about February is when some of those things would start. Chef Rocky, which knife were you talking about? You talking about the Model T? Or you talking about the Cypress? Yeah, February isn't too bad. It's just a couple of weeks out. Hopefully it'll be fine. I mean, Levi Weber, I will tell you, do I think it's worth it? Absolutely. But when someone tells me how much did this knife cost, I know what I paid for with tax and everything, but I also know everything I paid for with other tax and everything. Because of that, this knife is a $1,050 knife. Okay, it just is because of the extra tariffs I had to pay to the EU. So even though you look at it on the site and it says it's maybe $875, and then you get some things done to it, maybe it's like $925. In the end, you're going to be, then you got to pay for the shipping, which it's the EU shipping, and so in the end, it was about $1,050. Do I think it's worth that? Absolutely, 1%. I still love this knife. This Model T is amazing. Now, I hope Tapio isn't mad at me. I felt bad, but I did like the skiffs in here because my skiffs allow this really controlled drop shut action. Tapio's cage bearings, and they may have broken into that, but they weren't like that right away. And I still plan to try his scales again in the knife. I'm supposed to get some new screws for some issues that I had, a little set of screws. Once I get those, then I'm going to go ahead and, then I'm going to go ahead and put his back in and see if that makes any difference. Because he actually has one extra ball bearing in his. The Valey is a bigger knife and it does cost a little bit more. Now, I like the Valey in some regards, but if they could do some of this contour molding like they did from the Gen 1 to the Gen 2, if they could do some of this contouring, put the fuller in and the flipper, I think I'd be interested in trying the Valey again. The Valey is just too flat for me. Now, some people don't mind flat. and it's perfectly fine. And the ironic thing is, I mean, the cypress it's got a little contour, but it's relatively flat. I don't mind it at all, right? This I don't mind at all. What's another one that's sort of kind of flat? I mean, the Rosie. Rosie's a very flat knife, right? It's very like 2 slabs of titanium. Some people like to point out and say, I wouldn't pay that much for that. And then the people who've said that very strongly get one, and then now suddenly they have 6 or 7 of them. But it's not for everybody. I'm just saying that happens regularly. Yeah, and so then you got to figure your shipping, and you got to figure your EU tax that you will have to pay on it. And I don't know if that will change in the new year. I don't know if the EU has inflation. So I need to slow my roll. I mean, most knives are slabs, but there's a lot of contoured. Like, I mean, Metal Complex, his little integral, definitely contoured. Vero, it is slabs, but it's definitely contoured. And then it's got some very specific chamfering. Duckling is contoured. Proteon is relatively slabs, but there's a lot of very detailed contouring and rounding in certain areas that it really makes it feel like it's contoured, and it fits so perfectly in my hand, which still blows me away to this day. The Model T is contoured. And then everything else, like my brown knives are slabs, but there's a lot of chamfering. I don't know. I'm just saying everything's a little different, right? Oh my gosh. Is it 11, 12? Okay. Whew. Why does Reich Thule have RW on the pivot instead of RK? I've been trying to figure that out for years. I don't know. Good question. Meredith, are you heading out? Was Meredith leading? I didn't see her post anywhere. Oh, she's gone. Okay. I didn't see her say goodbye. I missed it. Sorry. Oh no, I did. She said goodnight. I remember her saying goodnight. That's right. She did say goodnight. It was a while ago. Yeah, she was saying she was going to bed. I did miss it. I just forgot. There's a difference. What else? I am going to get, looks like I will get a chance to check out the catch from Quiet Carry. I'll let you know how that works out. It's a different design, different looking knife. It's one of those things that I'm going to either go, that's interesting for an aesthetic you like, or I'm going to go, that really works. I love it. So I'm kind of curious. The problem is with Quiet Carry, usually everything they do has a lot of thought in their ergonomics and details that I'll probably end up liking it. I'm going to get my mini growler that I ordered 3 weeks ago, finally, hopefully. Oh, did y'all see that Eon, I guess it's Eon technically, by Mr. Designs, he's already done some shipments of those. That's cool. So the Mr. Designs are shipping out. Do y'all know what I'm talking about with the Eon? You got a Riot 005 Tiger today? Is that real mid-tech, super fancy custom one? I'm thinking the mini growler is going to be small. I got it because I figured at some point it might make a great giveaway knife, honestly. And I like Divo knives, and I usually buy something from him. And the ones I really like, I end up giving those away because those work so well, and it's like a perfect giveaway. But I wasn't sure about the mini growler. Oh, you got a Wicked Dream design, Levi. Is that a custom? The Nefarious? Well, he's going to have a drop, I think, Wednesday. Yeah, he said he's actually doing a drop on Wednesday of the Eon. He's going to have extra inventory. Now, it's not the pre-sale price. Just be ready. I think it's 310 or 315. So, I mean, and that's a very reasonable price for what you're getting. I was blown away by the pre-order price. It was such a good price for the pre-order that I was like, that's a no-brainer. So I had a rain. The rain's a little small. Wait. Hold on. Did you say rain or dawn version 3? Because I only know about the dawn version 3. Is Tyler dropping a version 3 of the rain? I've only had. Is my rain? I thought my rain was version 1. Hold up. I gotta grab something real quick here. We've been in here so long. I've eaten dinner so much earlier. I got to eat some almonds. So forgive me here. The full-size growler is nice. It's really nice. The tall boy, I still think is their best design. That's why it was up for overseas budget knife of the year. Or no, production knife of the year, not budget. Yeah, I'd go with the Eon. Eon's really, I really think once people get it in their hand, the brilliance of the Eon is it does some things that you think that's not going to work. That's not what I would do. And then when it comes together and it actually works, you're like, I don't know how that works, but that really works. That's the best way I can describe it. The blade is so light and thin. It's very functional. It's definitely not a prime blade, but it's a beautiful slicer. Fully hidden. And you think, oh, it's just one deployment, a flipper. But I would say if you're going to be a flipper only, it better be one hell of a flipper. And that one is exactly that. It is. I literally sat with it with the prototype, which I hope was a business run. And I fidget with it like for 3 hours straight as just a flipper. Fully satisfied. Not bored at all. Felt like it was fantastic. Okay, to Dawn 3. I thought you said rain. I was like, whoa. Because I have a rain. That's my favorite one that Tyler does right now. How do you get all those prototypes? So for me, level on up, it would be the Eon. I'd get the Eon. Right? That's what I would get. Now, that's because I've handled both, and I can tell you both of them, what I feel about both of them. Between the two, I would get the Eon. Doesn't mean the Dawn isn't great. I was hoping the version 3 of the Dawn was going to be a little bit bigger. Just a little bit bigger. It seemed to be very close to the Dawn version 2. I didn't really see much difference. Dark matter, that sounds really good. I had the Arctic carbon fiber, but I think dark matter would be a little nicer. Oh, what did you buy last night? Cicero. What did you buy last night? Oh, the stout version 2 in dark matter. Okay. It's Divo's very functional, very useful knives. Don't forget, if you happen to buy directly from Divo, I do have a discount code for Divo knives. Save 10% and you help the channel. It's up to you. The Grambo Russ is another great knife. I saw Metal Complex, I think, said it was one of the most underrated knives. I totally agree. I have it in my collection. When I was looking to see, oh, I'm not carrying this, I'm not carrying that. Every time I pull out the Russ, the Grambo Russ, the only reason why I don't carry it is because I could literally just keep carrying it. There's certain knives that you put in your collection and you could just leave in your pocket and you'd forget about your other knives. The Russ is that. It's just that solid. It's so fidgety and so solid. And I want to save the joy I have of it feeling like it's a brand new knife every time I pull it out. So I limit myself to it. And when I think, oh, I haven't carried this in a while, I wonder if I don't like it. And I pick it out and I go, oh yeah, that's why I love this knife. So that's kind of one of those knives. I don't know if you do that. Maybe it sounds stupid, but there's some knives that are just so good that the joy of pulling them out and almost being surprised at how good they are, even though I remembered, but I've kind of forgotten because I don't carry it as often because there's so many other stuff I carry. It's kind of fun. Kind of like the knife is experienced as a new knife all over again. I know it sounds stupid, but I enjoy that. Oh, well, Kevin's a good guy. I hear he's been getting into pews himself, which is a good thing to get into. Premium stout. I gave one of those away. I bought it. I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. But it's right in that range where it's one of my members premium range or, you know, a really nice regular giveaway. And I don't know. I don't like giving away $20 knives. I don't mind it being a $20 knife along with another knife, but I kind of want my giveaways to be something that I would actually want. So unless I get the knives for free and it's a knife I get to check out and I'm giving it away, most of the time, if there's something that I've been in my collection, it's something I've wanted and enjoyed, and I just kind of give it. I don't know if it's $400. You got to look at, depends on where you live and your, you know, does he still have them available? Let's look. Make sure you change your denomination to English. Well, they're sold out, but okay, they were through. Wow, the exchange rates really favored Australia. I paid like $2.89 or $2.99 for mine. That's based on the exchange rate. So if he had stock and he had available, it'd be $3.29. And I think he charges $25 for shipping from Australia. That's what he charged me, at least what he did. I got a comment. Come on, scroll down. My Rich Light's Sheepdog and Towser S. Oh, okay. The Lush version 2 looks well sharp. Yeah, I like his Lush. That's a nice one. It's a very thin, almost gentleman kind of looking knife. I like that design. Chef Rocky had 4 stouts. Yeah, I had a bunch of his. I still think, as far as premium knives, my favorite one was the Buzz. I like the Buzz. Now, I had the Buzz all blacked out. It was the black wash. If I could have gotten the plain tie and a set of his really mill textured custom scales, I'd never gotten rid of it. That's like right up my alley. That'd have been a Rob knife. If you ever want to give away a Vosteed Gator, I'm your guy. I need to get a Vosteed Gator. I need to check one out. After BEDC showed one tonight, that looks really cool. I don't know if Vosteed has an extra one they would be willing to let me have for a giveaway, or if I could find one I can buy. It'd be nice if sometimes some of the knives I'd love to. It'd be cool if. So for me, if I get a knife that I can buy with a reviewer discount, what that means is usually it's going to be a giveaway knife. That's just how I treat it. So $370 for a knife. I remember I bought my first knife over $300. I had the cold sweats. I was like, what am I doing? This is insane. Now I look at a knife that's, well, $1,800, and I go, I might do that. And I'm like, what? I just, it kind of blows me away. Yeah. He showed it tonight. He showed that tonight. And that's why I was like, oh, that's nice. I like it. And apparently it's top liner compression lock. That's what got me really interested. I like the blade shape. Yeah, I do. That's because I like talking about knives. I tell you, honestly, I like knives. I do like that. And I like talking about knives. And I honestly do. And that's why I can get stuck here. And we've been on a live stream till 1:30 in the morning. And I hadn't even realized how late it was. I will tell you, when you host someone, not that, don't even tell him this. Not that Neil is exhausting. He's not. But you have to be very aware of your guests and the people who are in the chat. So it's like I'm trying to manage 2 things at once. It's a little more taxing on me to try to. It feels like I'm juggling 2 things, right? So that was a little more. It was a little more work for me, but it's good work. The premium, I totally agree. That premium stout is fantastic. It was one of those. It was so smooth, so Kubi did such a good job on it, and it was one of those that I just wish. If I was like Kevin or the other people where I had just tons of knives I could give away all the time, I'd probably put that in my car. Who did a gator? Just in time. You're absolutely right. I hate to tell you, but you're right. Once you do 370, 400 is not a big deal, or 450. Then 500, it's like, well, it's 499 with tax. I really paid 500, so now I'm already broken 500. Brian, and get the deets. Are you talking about BEDC? Is he selling a Deets? All right, man. I'll definitely if you email me or let me email you or something so we can talk. I'd like to do a guest like once a month. That would be something at least once a month. I think it would be fun. You can't use the Dremel to fix something. Is it because it's titanium? Yeah, I hear you. It worked for me. I tuned the liner lock and it was comfortable and it felt like it was okay even for my big meaty fingers. So that worked for me. Nebula sheepdog. Yeah. What did Dragoon buy again? I'm trying to keep up here. Oh, Ed, we were talking about that earlier. You saw my community post, right? I posted they're dropping on the 31st in 2 days. I definitely want to get one of those. I had the Lux, the regular Lux. It's a great knife. And I would have kept it if it wasn't just a little bit too long for my short, stubby fingers. And it's a weird ergonomic thing. Anybody with regulars, so I have large hands with big, meaty fingers. I put on a large glove, and they're pretty snug, but a large glove fits. But I have a little room in my fingertips. Put on a medium glove, the finger, it can go to here, but I'm stretching the heck out of everything. And so I've noticed people with a little bit longer hands, like the Exciton, the 601X from Wii, a lot of Shergorovs, the Vero Lux are all fine in their hands, very comfortable. And I figured it has to do with the ergonomics of your reach of your fingers. And that's fair. And I think that's where I try to keep an eye out for that. So when I say something works for me, it usually means that if you have smaller hands, even if you have bigger hands, it works. And if you have smaller hands, it works, right? And that's why I always try to feel like I always point that out. Just about the sheepdog, I want it. And BE Brian apparently has a top liner lock gator, which was a liner lock knife originally. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, the Benchmade. They shouldn't be. But you know what? Go to GP Knives and check out GP Knives. Go check them out on a lot of times they have pricing that you can put in your cart. So let's see here. I'm just giving an example of an extreme knife here. All right. So is it GP Knives or is it, well, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah. You see where it says call? So it's a ridiculous price right now, but let's say I were to look at the mini. And then I go add it to my cart. Proceed to checkout. It's probably going to have my name like it did last time. It did. Try not to keep that personal information. I think I have to go to the next page. See, it's 406. Normally that's 540. So that's 140 off. Still kind of overpriced, but I wouldn't throw up at that price if I really love the Benchmade Narrows. For someone who really wants it, I feel like that's a doable price. because here's the reality. If you really like a knife, you're always willing to pay a little more than you probably should, right? And I have a few knives I paid definitely more than I should, but I was okay with it because I really wanted a knife and it happened to be the exact knife I wanted. So that's one of those prices where Benchmade wouldn't get a lot of crap all the time if that was a regular price. Still high. Everyone would say, well, that's a little high. Instead of, you guys are idiots and you're ripping people off, right? That's the difference. I agree. Don't dox myself. What was I saying that doxed myself? Was I saying something? Money can be replaced, time cannot. So according to math, time spent with an expensive knife is worth more than weights in your pocket. That's actually well said. That's really well said. I will tell you, when I have a really nice knife, I enjoy that very much. It is the time I spent flicking. Like, here's my Rosie. Just my time doing this right here is so much more enjoyable than with just an okay knife. And I agree with that. Yeah, so the 535, the aluminum one, M39, that's one of those knives I gave away at the 7K. They're like 270 now, right? Let's see. Let's just see. Do they have any bug outs here that are like decently priced? If I can type, come on. Yeah, these are all call. Notice right here, call prices. That means potentially good deal. So let's look at the mini one here. So it's retail 170. $119. That's actually a reasonable price for a bug out. I'm telling you, GP Knives is the place to go. $119 for a bug out? That's what they should be. It's a mini bug out, but if that tells you it's a mini, it means a regular bug out's probably $139. I mean, seriously, I would have no issues with that. Yeah, so let's look at the 535 one. But before I do that, I need to delete these two. All right, so let's do the bug out 535 3. It was 270, and I thought that was too high. Okay, so right now, this is the carbon fiber one. Let's add it to the cart. It says 330. Proceed to checkout. Let's see. 231. For carbon fiber, S90V, 231. That's doable. That's doable. 231, I think, is reasonable for the 535 and the carbon fiber. I mean, Well, that's even better. That's even better, man. So, a price like that, share the good news. Share the good news. That's awesome. Yeah, Blade HQ. That's another one to definitely bookmark. I would definitely go there. Blade HQ. Oh, don't go to BladeBinge. I shouldn't go there. I shouldn't go there. It's like squirrel. What? No, keep going. Walk away. Walk away. Why are you scrolling? Stop scrolling. Walk away. That's way overpriced. Walk away. Stop scrolling. Why am I scrolling? Why can I not stop scrolling? Oh, look at that Sonora. That's Gen 2 629. That's the nice one. That's a good price. That's a really, really good price. Yeah, if you're looking for a Sonora, beautiful Silver Surfer, Gen 2, it's going to have much better flipping action. Oh, man, that's a good price. That's a really good price. Sorry. So so the thing about BladeBinge, here's the thing. There's the BladeBinge store. The prices are reasonable. You always can get 10% off of anything in the BladeBinge store. Use RNK10, get you 10% off. All right. So that's the first thing. The BladeBinge used store, people set the prices. And I will tell you, I've looked at things where someone set a Rosie XL for $1,500. I went back and it went down to $1,250 because no one was willing to buy it. But here's the thing. There's some items that you may think it's too much, but when people know it's available, they'll pay it. So like in my Discord, I was selling some things privately and people were offering me really low. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to take that. And they said, well, I saw it on Reddit, which is fair. Absolutely fair. I went and put it on BladeBinge. And even after paying the commission and everything, I made significantly more just because people know about knives there and they look. There are some things that are ridiculously overpriced. No question. I just go right past them. I gloss right past them. I'm like, not even worth my time. Right? There's some things like, Hypercut, I don't care. Medford, don't care. Is that their collection series? Hold on. That might be worth something. Oh. I'm not into Italian because the steel is usually kind of questionable, but that is one of those limited editions. What shape do they say? They don't have what is this? Brand new in the box. Okay, that's cool. But you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that you have to kind of weed through and know what you're looking for or what you want. Like the Koenigs, sometimes they're ridiculously overpriced in there. Sometimes they're not. And I don't understand the thing behind Koenig. There's some Koenigs that are $700, some that are $1,000. Like I have a carbon fiber Koenig. It doesn't seem that special, but it's apparently worth a lot more. And then there's some carbon fibers with the gold specs that are worth even more. So you're looking at those could be worth $1,500. I don't quite get that. Okay. That's someone who has no concept of what they're selling and they're stupid. I mean, like the other day, I saw someone in the Grail section are, $500 for 12 knives. It's a great deal. No. Why would you have that in the Grail section? That's no offense, but that's someone who doesn't know what they're selling. Yeah, unless it's competitive, unless it's a competitive price, right? And I'll tell you, the one that really sits are the older generations. The newer ones tend to move a little faster. The Gen 4, Gen 5. When you get Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3s, they definitely sit longer. So like I'm not a fan of the Koenig mini Goblin. Does nothing for me. I know people like to. So here's a Brown Knives Cortex XL #2. So the reason why this is probably so much is wait. Oh, okay, it's number 48. No, I thought it was a #2 knife. That's overpriced. That's definitely overpriced. If someone desperately wants a Cortex XL who has money and don't care, they might pay that. But if there's nobody there that's like that, and there's people who want it, it'll sit there until the guy drops it to, I'm going to say 950. 950, he'll probably sell it. Still high, but 950, maybe 1,000, he'll sell it for sure. But if there's nobody looking for that exact one, you might have to drop it to 900 or 850, and then they'll sell. Hey, Jim, what's up? Is BladeBinge a classified type of place? I probably should know about this. It's a place where they sell used knives, but it's a protected place. It's nice. It's better than going to eBay, because eBay charges now, I guess, 20%. I don't know. They charge some really high fees. And then it's better than doing it on, bladeforums.com. It has protection. They give you some good prices on shipping. And then they kind of cover you in case somebody steals from you or it gets lost. I like it. I sold a knife on BladeBinge to some guy in Australia. Printed out a label, put it on there. That's all I needed. I didn't have to do any sort of custom forms, have anything. It was all taken care of. So that was really nice. I will say for that, it's nice. But depending on what you're selling, I mean, most of us know we don't buy knives because we're trying to make a profit. Most of us buy knives because we like knives, and then we sell it because we want to get another knife, or we find out this is not a knife we didn't like, and that's fair. So it's just a nice place. It is classified, but it's a really neat way to do it. It's very standard, has certain categories you got to follow. If you're a known knife and everything, people do have a right. I mean, we've flagged counterfeits. As soon as someone spots a counterfeit, it's gone. It's yanked. You're out of there. If you ever were to sell a counterfeit, you're gone. So that's a big deal. So in that regard, I like it. It's not for everybody. I agree. M. Houston, that's why I said 950, 1,000, it would sell. Absolutely. There are some Cortexes where it may not be as desirable and it may not sell. Right? I will tell you, I bought my mini FSD with the Damascus inlay for $12.50. You know what it sells brand new on Brown Knives? $12.50. So when I saw it, I kind of double took and I said, what? Brand new in the box? I bought it. Sure enough, it was exactly what it was. I'm guessing the guy just wanted to break even. He's like, I just want to sell it for what I paid for it, which you do that, people will buy it in a heartbeat. No problem. And I think it's absolutely reasonable and fair. I don't try to make money on my knives. I get all, like, anytime I show my little Rosie here, it's a basic Rosie little Silver Surfer. But for some reason, I get offers every time I do a video or something with this. I get emails and offers to buy this knife. Almost every time. So just in time, I would say if you want to make sure you get the knife that you ordered and you don't have to deal with getting a refund, yes. But if someone is selling something, you do have the coverage if they're not if they take you, kind of try to take you, right? That's part of the coverage. And I like that. That's why I'm willing to do that. So if someone's wanting to go in there and they want to sell me like a custom mini FSD and they want to try to sell it for $2,500 and they have 0 stars, probably not going to buy it. But someone who's realistically want to go in and sell something like that, they probably bought 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 knives already and have their stars. And then they go in there and try to sell it. And I think that's reasonable. Well, level on up. I think that's true on a lot of different knives where there may not be as high demand. But that demand is also seasonal. So when I was buying my Grails recently, I sold some of my knives at a time when everyone was selling that knife. And so I sold it for significantly less. Then there was a period of time when everybody wanted that knife and the price was significantly higher. So it fluctuates. So I was trying to sell my haptic and I had it down to like, I think 695 or 700. And I was like, I just don't feel good selling it for that. So I withdrew it. I'm just going to keep it. Then I went and put it on BladeBinge for, what I put it in there? I put it for $850. And then I dropped it because I didn't get any feedback right away. And I said, what am I doing? Let me go back and just put it back for $875. Just leave it. 2 days later, it sold. One, because it wasn't super low. When it's super low, people they question. I literally, if I sell something that's a little lower, they're like, what's wrong with it? No, I'm just selling it because I want it. It's like, you have any scratches? Are you sure? You know, I get that. But then if you sell it for super high, then it better be the most immaculate, perfect, exact edition that somebody desperately wants, or else it's going to sit there. But you're right. There are some people who there's several people that I can almost look at their little thumbnail and tell you who they are. There's some people who go in there who have like 30, 40, 50 knives. They're super expensive. They're super overpriced, and they're constantly going there and they sell. I don't know if they do that just hoping that they're going to get a good deal, or I don't know. I don't know how that works. I have sold probably and bought over 35 knives on BladeBinge, like on knifeforums.com. I used to have like 125, 130 sales and purchases. And I was 100% over there. That's when what used to be the shizzle of knife sales, right? Yeah, I totally agree. It's all the factors, right? Like and it depends on when you log on. Somebody will post the knife at a great price, and that thing will be gone in a heartbeat as soon as somebody sees it. Case in point, this duckling. I bought this for $800. $800. Now, I didn't have the original box. I had the certificate of authenticity. It had a small little rub mark on the scale here, which by all intents and purposes keeps going away the more I carry it. And it had a small, yeah, it's gone now. It had a rub mark back here. So the guy thought, I'm not going to sell it for what I paid for it. I bought it, put skiffs in there. I mean, this knife should have sold for $950 to be reasonable. It really should have. But that was a great deal. I took it. I found a few knives just like that there. And literally when I'm selling, I'm not trying to make a ridiculous profit. I usually sell it for, I don't know, 10, 20% off of what I paid for it, especially if I've had it for a while. If I've never carried it, then I might do 90% if it's brand new in the box. But otherwise, I usually try to do 70, 80% of what I paid for it. Sometimes less. Yeah, the only problem, Houston, I get it. The only problem with directing that, sometimes people are going to use that and they would use it to get you to buy it on another platform without having to pay the fees. And so they got to protect themselves, right? It's a fair thing. I personally like what they do just because it does protect the sales. And anytime I've had issues, they've been really good about it. So, and because they're so thoroughly, you have to do all this stuff. You have all this information. Most people are going to be pretty up on the up and up. Oh, is that the same Holt Morpheus? I saw that. I still would love to get the that big one. What's the big one? Oh, what's the big one called? So like I said, I think this one would sell if it dropped a little bit. I'm going to try to see if I can find it. That's a Todd Begg. Wow. Okay. That's a little overpriced. I like Winter Blade. See, these are people trying to go off. Oh, you missed the fire. You missed the sale. Let me sell you, and if one of you guys, I apologize, but I think it's a little high. I don't need the knife that desperately. This is a special version of this knife, and so that's reasonable. I know it's crazy, but it's reasonable. I hate to say, don't like to say it, but it is. Here's a non-flipper. That's it better have something special on there. What is no. I think that's too high. What? Okay. So you have certain, I don't know if it's one of you guys, I apologize, but I think these are too high. These are too high. You're trying to make that a business and to turn a profit. And if you have a knife that people really want, they're probably reaching out to you already when they see your videos. But that's just me. I wouldn't buy it. I'll just say that. I wouldn't buy it. This is the Umnanzan I had. I used to own one of these. Yours was more. Which one did you buy, Chef Rocky? Now, here's the thing. I may not know what's hot and what people want. Fair enough. But I bought my mini FSD, this one. I paid $150 less. Brand new in the box. Full-time Damascus inlay. And that is $12.50 on Brian Brown's site. So I paid his price. And this, to me, I was surprised this wasn't selling for $1,500. When I saw $12.50, I thought, why is that not sold yet? That to me was an incredible price. I'm not telling you it's cheap. I'm just telling you it was a great price for what I bought. So, the Goat-RNK Arias, the Gold Flick, yeah, those are so popular and expensive, and I get it. Everyone who has one, they are expensive and they sell well. Now, my Koenig Arias, where is it? It's make sure I got it. It's just a regular carbon fiber, but it is the full piece of carbon fiber milled out, really nice. And for some reason, carbon fiber like this is worth more than the titanium, even the milled titanium. I don't quite understand why that is. Now, I will tell you, there's absolutely zero imperfections in this carbon fiber. This twill carbon fiber is like really phenomenal. And maybe that's why. Maybe he has to go through several pieces of carbon fiber before it's acceptable to be on a knife like this. So, that being said, I don't know. But I will tell you, I've had the titanium Koenig Arias. I like the carbon fiber way more. And I would pay probably a little more for the carbon fiber. And now I get it because now I own it. So it's worth more to me. Your deadlock. Deadlock. What is that? Deadlock. What is a deadlock? That sounds familiar. And I can't picture it. Is that Deadlock? Oh, yes. That's the Hawk Knives. Hawk Knives. But that's not unreasonable. I hate to tell you, that's Deadlocks. That's not crazy. Brand new Deadlocks now, they start off at 1750 basic models. I mean, if you go drop a Deadlock, I mean, I saw a Deadlock on here. I thought it was like $5,500. Just in time. Arno Bernard, iMamba. Yes, sir. That's the Arno Bernard iMamba. I have the flipperless. I used to have a flipper one. I sold that to a friend. This is the non-flipper. I think it's the most underrated South African knife maker out there. RWL 34 high polished hollow ground titanium. I have with the I don't know if it's Black Abyss or whatever. It's that camo carbon dunes, whatever inlay. This is the one that I really love. Action is just beautiful, buttery smooth, fantastic. You can get the flipper or non-flipper. I got the non-flipper because I had a flipper. This is really nice. Definitely recommend it. It's a great knife for the price. It's a great knife. This was probably my first kind of a premium knife out there. First one I bought, my first South African knife. And I love it. I love it. I think it's a undervalued, underrated, really great South African knife maker. It's made by the three Arno Bernard brothers. They're the son of Arno Bernard, and he's the one who did the first one. He does a wrinkle slip joint. That's fantastic. It's one of the slip joints I want to get in 2025. But yeah, those three boys, they make the knife. Each one of these knives gets touched 200 times by them. They do the CNC milling for the blade to cut it out and the CNC milling for the scales to cut out, but everything else is done by hand by them. It's hand ground, hand polished, hand hollow ground, hand fitted, everything else is hand done. So some people might say, well, it's not custom because you're using a CNC to cut the blade and you're using a CNC to cut the scales. Then you're probably saying that you need to have a forge and everything. You need to hammer it yourself for it to be custom. I don't agree with that. I think that's a full custom, but I do believe a custom is anytime a maker themselves does a significant amount of work on the knife to make it what it is. I think it's unreasonable to think that people can't cut out the blades and they can't cut out the scales and then work from there. That's just me. Yeah, it's bearings. In this particular case, I put it already comes with Skiff Caged bearings. They actually use Skiff Caged ball bearings that they order directly from Skiffs. So they get them from them, and that's what they put in there. In the newer version, the one that has the cutout on their older version, it's free. The balls aren't caged, but they moved to the Skiffs for the newer one. It's custom to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's custom. You could so the nice thing about Skiffs, if it takes Skiffs, there's probably an equivalent thick washer for it. So if you don't like Skiffs and you like thick washers, any knife that has caged bearings, you could replace the caged bearings with thick washers and make it a washer knife. So if you really love washers or you don't want caged bearings because of where you work, you can put thick washers in there, and now you got a thick washer knife. And the thing is, his tolerances for his thick washers are so nice. You can get really nice controlled action with the washers. So, I mean, it's just kind of nice. I would say everyone calls it like the Chris Reeve alternative with cage bearings for sure. The action is just beautiful, just simply beautiful. Yeah, it's very nice. If you can see the dunes on there, that carbon fiber is just sick. They have very different versions, but this is the one I wanted. I like that one a lot. Yeah, the board tusk is really cool. I also like the rattlesnake carbon fiber and the what's the really fancy one? Is it the mammoth tusk? Mammoth tusk. That looks nice. That definitely costs extra, but that's nice. Cicero. So in the iMamba, it's caged ceramic ball bearings, but Skiff Workshop, which makes the Skiff made blades custom knives, because it's Steve Skiff Jr. and his dad is Steve Skiff, who makes the knives. He makes the washers. He also makes thick washers equivalent for every caged ball bearing there is. So in that case, when it takes caged ball bearings, you could replace it with thick washers. The iMamba comes with caged ball bearings. They actually, for a while, sold their knives with thick washers. There was a series, I don't know if they still have them on African Sporting Goods, but they were selling a series of them with the thick washers. You could buy it just with the thick washers. I don't know anything about ZT. I've kind of, after my, was it the 364 or 362 carbon fiber one? I forget what it was. It's the Rick Hinder design. After that 20 CV scratched up from just wiping it, and I ended up selling that knife, I was kind of done with them. Sorry, I'm sounding a little bitter, but I was really unhappy with that. I've yet to really get wooed back to ZT. It's a personal choice. It's just me. I was just frustrated because I really liked that knife, and I felt like it was kind of a betrayal. But that's just me, man. Call it a stupid thing, but you know. Oh yeah, the iMambas are amazing. Yeah, totally agree with Chef Rocky, 100%. Hey, Chef Rocky, I was using the knife the other day that you gave me, and it's been a beast of a workhorse. I just wanted to let you know that. You always ask me about that, and I still think about you every time I get to use it. So I just want you to know that. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Yeah. So Cicero, I put Skiff cage ball bearings in when I used to have a bunch of penguins. I had the really M390 traditional pocket knife, special run with the jig titanium. Works great, but you could put the thick washers in there. Their washers. So I'm not trying to dog other people's washers, but their washers, the tolerances at Skiff are a step above. So, okay, if you've ever had the Rex 121 Sage, is it the Sage 5? Yeah, the Sage 5 Rex 121. When I got that, the washers in that, the action was immediately amazing. Now, it was an expensive Spyderco, $300, right? When I get a PM2, when I took out and I felt the washers, it was like night and day. They were very rounded, very smooth on the Sage 5, just felt a little more premium. The PM2 just felt like regular PM2 washers, right? But I usually polish them up so they feel premium. But that's the difference. I think that's what Skiff offers. He offers some really tight tolerances that you're not dealing with a regular thickness of the washers. It's very smooth. Yeah, that's the thing. Some of these things, it all depends on when people shop, right? So at Christmas time, people with extra money to buy more premium knives, they kind of hold up because they're buying Christmas stuff. Once Christmas is gone, then they have a little more disposable income. And you also deal with people getting tax returns, and that's when they buy more stuff. So here is the Dama steel. Those are nice. Mirror polished stainless steel. Here's the flipper delete. So this is the one I originally ordered, was this one. Now there's still some available if you want the flipper. So these are available, right? the regular, if you want the plain titanium, it's not quite available. So the thing is, if you're looking for a certain model, excuse me 1 second, I gotta grab something. Need my drink. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry, I had to get my drink. All right. I would say, yeah, that's not going to be available. But if you're willing to buy a little more, that's different. So let's look at the Flipper Delete. Yeah, pre-orders. So what's a pre-order? Ship by March. That's not too bad. February, March, only a month out. I mean, I'll tell you, for a knife like that, that's a pretty decent lead time. It may seem long, but I will tell you a little secret. I don't really talk about it. I'm technically on the books with Trevor Berger for a custom knife. I've talked to him about what I like to see in a knife, but I don't know when that's going to start. And I know there's a lot of people on his books, and I was added late. So I may not start talking to him till May or June, and I may not see the knife till the end of 2025. And I'm okay with that. So that's what it's dealing like when you do a full custom, right? It can take longer depending on who it is and how many they're doing. Because Trevor Berger does certain customs for people, but he's always producing a bunch of knives for different retailers. Oh, yeah, here, let me do that for you. Let me go here. You probably want this link right here. Copy that. I'll paste it over here for you. That's where all the knives are. If you like slip joints, the wrinkles, Tyler, he bought one. He let me check his out. Oh my God, it's amazing. It is simply stunning. I'm so jealous of what he has. So I've told Tyler in 2025, I'm going to make one of my goals to get one of these. What is this? Wait, what's going on here? That's different than their normal fixed blades. What? I wonder if it's going to use RWL34 or some other kind of steel. I saw their fixed blades. Some of their fixed blades are a little traditional, and I'm not super fan. I like their more modern folding knives here. But if they could have an aesthetic that follows the iMama and the wrinkles in a fixed blade, I'd be seriously interested. So I like flippers, but for me, a flipper has to be done well. And the iMamba is done well. And then, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. Oh. All right. I like mixing it up. So you have to understand the reason why my iMamba, I put it away. Okay. The reason why my iMamba is a non-flipper is because I had the one that used to have a fuller without the hole, and it had a flipper. And that flipper wasn't as good. It was a little soft. The new version of the flipper is much better and crisper. But I really like the fuller that they did. And in this particular knife, the fuller is my preferred way to open this knife almost always. The flipper is nice, but it's not. It's just such a nicer looking knife without a flipper. Paul, I would be very happy with me right now. It's just such a nicer knife like this for me. In this case, but I have a Shiro. It's a flipper only. This is the only Shiro I really like. It's a Stellar. But This one, it has the jimping all the way around. It's a very nice flipper, has an inset liner lock. So in this case, this is a flipper only, and I love it. Right. So I'm not one or the other. It kind of depends on the knife. Having had the Imamba with the flipper and having it with the fuller, if you like fuller openings and you're cool with it, and you could be either way, fuller or flipper, I'd recommend the fuller. If you really like flippers and you're not into fuller or thumb hole openings, get the flipper. That'd be my recommendation. Because ultimately it's like, you got to figure out what you really love, right? Would they make lefties Imambas? I don't know if they make any lefties. I don't know. They also have stone washed ones. So if you want a stone wash flipper delete, let's see. So they have the plain one, stone wash flipper delete. Then they have the flipper. Yeah, I don't see one. This is right here is the kudu. I love this color. That color is gorgeous to me. I do like that. The other one that I like, the warthog tusk is cool. The mammoth. This is next level. I dig that too. I think that's cool. So it's just a matter of what you like. Rocky, you heading to bed? Hey, good night, man. Appreciate you, man. Have a great evening. Love to you and yours, man. The warthog tusk. Yeah, I think the warthog tusk is beautiful too. The one that first got me before I went with the all blacked out is the. They still have it here. This one. Yeah, this rattlesnake carbon fiber. I thought this was cool too. That to me was kind of cool. It's another one I liked. But anyways, those are nice knives. Oh, really? Levi Weber, mammoth tusk. Okay. I thought they treated it, but that's fair. That's fair. That's why I got carbon fiber, because I do like to use my knives, and I feel like carbon fiber is something that's take a little more. I never knew about the some of these other ones, right? Where's the other one? There's another one that I thought was kind of cool. Is it still here? I've heard it's very fragile, but I like the way it looks. And I know some people absolutely hate abalone. I like it. I mean, I don't know. It just looks cool. It would be cool to have one. I couldn't do like 20,000 of these. It's just like my camo carbon, my 80s camo carbon. I have one knife with this, and that's enough. And I really enjoy it and appreciate it. If I had 5 or 10 knives with this, I'd get bored out of my mind. I did that with the Arctic Storm Fat Carbon. I bought so many things in Arctic Storm, and I was like, I couldn't get rid of it fast enough. And that's sad because I like Arctic Storm carbon fiber. It just I had so much that I learned not to like it anymore. Yeah, stabilized. I agree. But I like this one. So if I was going to get the abalone, the one I would get, honestly, would be mirror stand. Okay, that's it. It would be this one here. No, that's not it. Hold on. Did I not click on the flipper delete? Oh, there it is. It would probably be, oh, they don't even have it anymore. Yeah, it would be the abalone in this one, but they don't. Yeah, Levi Weber, I agree. That's the thing. I mean, I like carbon fiber, and I don't try to have too much carbon fiber. I like polished titanium and milled titanium, but I mix it up in how it is, right? I like DLC and blacked out, but I like to mix that up in how it is too. Right. So as long as I have a little variations, to me, it's like it makes it fresh and enjoyable. At least for me. Oh, just in time. Oh, yeah. So yeah, that's what Level On Up was asking. Yeah. So when we say flipper delete, it means that as he's saying, it already has a flipper, but then you delete it after the fact. Like Paul Amite, he deletes flippers. So like people had the mini conic areas and it had a flipper and it had a fuller. The problem with the mini, it was kind of tight on your handle, on your hands if your hands were like have medium to large hands. And so you do a flipper delete, it makes it much more comfortable to carry. I think the mini conic areas should always have non-flipper. Getting rid of the flipper makes the knife more ergonomically comfortable. So doing a flipper delete on that one makes perfect sense to me. But there's some knives I would never flipper delete. Like I would never, ever flipper delete my hog house. This one, this is made to be a flipper. But it does have a fuller. So I could still use the fuller. But to me, I wouldn't get rid of the flipper on this one. But that's me. All right, guys. It's 12:20. I didn't even know it was midnight yet. I got to get some sleep. Hey, but this has been fun. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you making this real quick. Server 7, honeycomb, polished, Utzler duckling, blade binge. I think is overpriced. It looks so good. Wait, hold on. I was about to say goodbye. Hold on. Hold on. What are you doing? No. I tried to get out. And they just pull me back in. Just kidding. Where's my blade bench? Oh, that is overpriced. But wait, hold on. What's with, is that Timascus? Let's see. Tie. It's just the thumb studs. Oh, but it is polished. That's probably sold new for $12.50. Yeah, that's probably new $12.50. So he's trying to make $400 on it. I don't know. I think he probably sell it for $1,400, maybe $1,350. $1,400, I think somebody would buy it. I don't think it's $1,650. That just seems a little too much to me. Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's too much. Don't get me wrong. It's gorgeous. Polished like that? Now, is that a polished stone washed? Can't tell. I mean, is it along the level of Holt Blade Works polished stone washed. If it had a backspacer, you know, Timascus backspacer or something, I don't know. I feel like that would be more reasonable. It just seems like a lot. I agree with you. Jim, where did you register? At BladeBinge or somewhere else? So one thing I think, that's the disease. Just yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. So I used to have this like, I'm going to get this one first. I'm going to get that first. Get your list together. And then prioritize them in the sense of if you could get, if two are available, which one would you get first? That's a good thing to have. But have your list of, I'd be willing to buy any of these at this time if it was available. Because when you have that kind of list, typically they're not, most of them, if very few are available. So I have a particular large Umnumzon. This particular one I bought, I waited 2 years to buy. It's the carbon fiber inlaid version. Now, of course, this is before I knew J Dizzle Designs could have swapped these out for me and made something amazing. But I waited 2 years for this, right? And this is the exact one I wanted. It was on my list, waited for it, and then I bought it when it became available. But that's the same thing, is you buy when it's available if it's the one you want. Sometimes you may wait half a year, 2 or 3. Like I still would like to get at some point a Hinder Maximus. They make those every 3 to 4 years. They do a run of them and they sell them, and then they don't do them for another 3 to 4 years. So I missed the last run a couple of years ago. So I have to wait till they do another run. That's just how Hinder does it. BladeBinge. Okay. Like I always wanted to get my Mordax for 2 years. It was not available. And then I saw a few availabilities. Some were the drop 20 CV that I had and I had sold, and they were overpriced. I was like, I'm not going to pay more for what the knife already sold. And I know the one I want is, I wanted the Magna Cut. So I waited. Yeah, Matt D. When I found that Utzler on BladeBinge, I jumped on it. And then when I found out how much they normally are, I was like, okay. Now, I will tell you, mine is the frame lock. I know some of the newer ones that are coming out are the liner lock. I didn't care, and I'm not disappointed at all. But this was one of those that you saw and you're like, oh, I better buy it. And I did. And I'm glad I did. It's one of those things that you're like, okay. And it was thanks to a lot of you guys telling me, you need to check out Utzler. You need to check out Utzler. I'm like, okay. And sure enough. And the thing was, nobody even let me borrow a Utzler. I just did it for all the research and everything I looked in. It's such a good knife and everything I heard that I finally said, okay, well, I'm going to take a chance. And I did. And here we go. $225 for a Magna Cut. That's not bad. For a Mordax, typically they're around $270. I think that's a good price. Let's see. This is high. I will tell you, this is a beautiful duckling, and it's definitely one I would love to get in my collection. And I agree with you. This is gorgeous. I think that's high. You might email them, contact them and say, hey, I can't quite do that. Now, say, would you consider 1450? And then you might say, well, the best I can do is 1550 or 15. Is a 100 or 150 off? Which is that doable for you? You have to answer that yourself. So, yeah, and I'm glad I jumped on that neutralizer. It's absolutely worth it. the action is ridiculous. Oh, the tactical pterodactyl. I've heard of that one. That's a huge one. Oh, you're looking at the Mordex. Let's just take a look. When are you talking about the Mordex? That's a fancy one. That's a super fancy one. That's another super fancy one. That's actually not a bad price for that fancy one. So this is the S45 VN for 207. That's a really good price. Now S45 VN is nice. I will tell you that ProTech and the newer MagnaCut metals, they do heat treat to 63. Thanks to Laren Thomas coming in and showing them how to do it, because their stuff was kind of soft when it first came out. I have a TR3 Auto that my wife bought for me. It's in MagnaCut and it's a little soft. It sharpens up fast, but I have to sharpen it more. The blade will roll, but it doesn't chip. I'll tell you that. That's a really good price. Oh, hold on a second. That's a good one. I'll get it. That's a good price. That's a really good price. Yeah, that's exactly what I have right here. Well, no, it's not what I have here. I have the honeycomb. Oh, wait. Yeah. I have the honeycomb. I paid $290 for this one. The non-honeycomb, I think it's $270. Oh, it sold out? Uh-oh. It did sell? Yeah, that one's still there. Those other Mordaxes are kind of cool, but they're... What's in my shopping cart? Oh, is that still for sale? Oh, look at this. He dropped a price. Oh, it's no longer available. He dropped it and then it sold. Yeah, I figured when I saw the price for this one, I figured if he could drop it a little bit, it would sell. And he went to 1111. Yeah, that would sell immediately. Because these, when they drop, they sell for 1,000. So he's only asking 111 above. That's not bad. That's actually not bad at all. This is a pretty hot. This is a definitely a. I've seen these lists for $1,500, $1,600, $1,800. Levi Weber. Yeah, there was one there. There was one for 207. That I think is still a fantastic price. Is it still there? No, it's not a blue one. This is a non-blue one, and it's a smooth scale. So 207 is not bad. Now, was your blue Mordex, was it the one with any pattern? Oh, the rosy. Yeah, the rosy pattern is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. See, this was in my cart, but it's already sold. I don't know why it didn't just drop out of my cart, but it's a beautiful pattern. It really is. I mean, for the price, I felt like it was nice. I just couldn't justify it when it was in there, because in the cart it was $1,250. Had I known he dropped it to $1,150, I'd have bought it at $1,150. Let me go ahead and remove that. The gridlock. I like the hexagon pattern too. The hex pattern. That's nice. That's a nice one too. I have the dragon scales on my TR3. No, it's the triangles. This is the TR3. This is the manual integrity. It's not the auto. This is nice too. I wish it was just S35VN blade steel, but I like it. S35VN is not bad. And they did a decent job with it. I will say this knife definitely needs texture on it for my hands. You have longer fingers, it's probably not a big deal, but for my shorter fingers, I definitely need texture. Do I have a Malibu? I own 6 Malibus over time. I kept buying one thinking one would be better. The issue I have with a Malibu, it's a personal thing. It's a big deal for me. And I'll just tell you, I have a quirk about some knives. It's the reason why I have no giant mouse knife in my collection. Giant mouse and the Malibu have a very sharp edge, and that sharp edge digs in right in my hand right here. And I fidget with my knife enough that after about half an hour, I get a red spot and a blister right here. And I tried different Malibus, even though I loved them and the way they looked, I couldn't do it. So I ended up selling every Malibu, and it was like a knife I just said, I got to give up. So any knife, when I see a sharp corner there, they're immediately out. Can't even consider them. And that's why even the neutralizer looks like, oh, the neutralizer, how would that work? Did I put it out here? I thought I had the neutralizer out. Did I not? So you look at that and you go, oh, that's pretty sharp. No, it's actually rounded and chamfered just enough that it doesn't dig in. Giant mouse doesn't do that. And I really, really, really despise that. Just my personal thing. But I think if your hand shape is such that you don't mind it and it doesn't bother you and it might be fine. Lots of people have the Malibu and they absolutely love it. It's their favorite knife. So yeah, I think it's a good time to go to bed. I think we're all heading out. So thank you guys. I am going to sign off here at this point. I think it'd be a good time to, if I can find my mouse, I'll find it eventually here at some point. Come over here. So man, I appreciate you guys. Thank you y'all for being here this evening. Appreciate everyone on the live stream. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for being here. Thanks for letting me talk knives and making Neil feel welcome. I hope other people will have a chance to join me as a guest. You guys have a great week. Again, thank you. And yeah, thanks for making this fun. I always appreciate that, and I appreciate everyone. And thank you for the super chats, the gifted memberships, the new members. Thank you. You guys have a great week, and yeah, and great. I'd say night, but morning really. So, bye.